We're on.
Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills Township Council Special Meeting, March 17th, 2014. Meeting called to order by myself at 6:31. Please rise for flag salute. Mr. Stanton, if you would.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Others present, Mayor Barberio, Jasmine Lim, Business Administrator, Yancy Wazermas, Township Clerk, Joseph Kowalczyk, CFO. Yes, roll call.
Mr. Karifi?
Here.
Mr. DePiero?
Here.
Mr. Paluso?
Present.
Mr. Stanton?
Here.
Mr. Valori?
Here. The agenda of this meeting, to the extent known, is as follows. Review and discussion of the Mayor's 2014 budget recommendations. Formal action may or may not be taken.
Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Law by filing the notice in the office of the Township Clerk and by posting the meeting notice on the bulletin board at the Municipal Building on March 13, 2014, where it has remained posted since that date. Copies of this notice appeared in the Daily Record on March 15, 2014, and were faxed to the Star Ledger and various other newspapers and local radio stations on March 13, 2014.
Okay. Administration and Township Clerk.
Before,
Can I just note some procedural
Sure.
issues? We provided the council, and we have copies available to the audience of several spreadsheets, their budget comparison sheets, and I ordered them in the order of what I thought would be most interesting for both the residents and the council. And then the other thing is I sent out an email this afternoon. The revenue sheets that we had previously provided to you were incorrect. And you have the new revenue sheets are in their folders, right? The difference is that the sewer surplus was shown on the wrong line. If you go to the second page at the bottom,
Okay.
it was shown on the health offset line, and it should have been shown one line higher. So you have the corrected copies now. So,
should be this right here.
so the use of sewer surplus is 100,000.
What was that, Jasmine? How much was it at?
The use of sewer surplus is 100,000.
That's a two-page? Two-page. Second page.
All right.
Okay.
Council President, you don't mind I read the summary, but I read every year and to the council.
Yes. Yes.
Tonight, I would like to present you with a summary of the proposed 2014 township budget. While there were many challenges presented, particularly on the appropriation side, non-tax revenues are strong, which is indicative of a recovering economy, most notably in construction office revenues and hotel tax. The rateable base has declined, however, at a lower rate than the prior years. I believe that this budget will allow us to maintain our commitment to the Parsippany residents and businesses to the same or improved level of services. Now, the key aspects of my proposed budget, 2014 budget, include a net increase in the current fund appropriation of $1.3 million, or 2.1%. A significant increase in the 2014 miscellaneous revenues of $670,000 that allows us to reduce the use of sewer surplus from $550,000 to $100,000. With the result being an increase in the tax levy of 2.5% and 3% tax rate increase for the municipal budget, that includes the library with it. I'm pleased to note that this budget provides for a 2% salary increase for all white-collar employees, representing almost half of the township workforce. Merit increases for some employers who have gone above and beyond, have had a significant accomplishments or achievements, and who have taken on additional responsibilities due to a reduced workforce. Now, I think you guys got a spreadsheet on that. I'm not quite sure.
Yes.
Okay, you did, okay. 15 replacement police officers to bring up the force to 104 to maintain the level of staffing required to adequately protect our residents and businesses. An international festival for the township residents to be held at one of the parks. Personal costs remain level. Police salaries and wages are down. 11 highly paid officers retired in 2013 are proposed to be replaced by 15 significantly lower paid officers for a net savings of approximately $160,000 in the budget, not taking into account the cost of retirement payouts for the retired officers. Large increases in the operating expense include medical and prescription insurance, which is a net increase of $750,000. Retirement payout emergency, $373,000. As you know, we had we struggled with the winter this year. We had a snow removal increase of $200,000. Our debt service is up $174,000. Legal fees in anticipation of pending legal litigation, including tax appeals, is $62,000. Recreation increased $48,000, but this includes approximately $25,000, which includes hosting an international festival at one of our parks and takes into account the higher minimum wage. Some of the increases were partially offset by decreases in the following areas. Sanitation and recycling tipping fees were down $118,000. Gasoline was down $110,000. Electricity, $40,000 down. All right.
I think gasoline is down more than that.
Huh? Oh,
Okay.
I'm reading it now. I'm very pleased to note the revenues increased significantly in 2013, indicative of a recovering economy here in Parsippany. First and foremost, our tax collection rate continues to be high at 99.32%, up from 2012 figures of 99.21. Fees and revenues realized in 2013 that far exceed anticipated revenues include construction fees, $620,000, the hotel occupancy fee, $550,000, other fees and permits, $100,000, ambulance billing, $62,000. There are very positive trends that bode well for the future fiscal health of the township. With respect to water and sewer utilities, both continue with healthy revenues and surpluses. The Knoll utility continues to struggle with inclement weather conditions. However, the course itself continues to receive accolades for its pristine greens and uniquely designed courses. Furthermore, the online registration system initiated in 2013 has provided greater exposure for the Knoll golf facility and expanded the patron base. Additional improvements to strengthen the golf utility include implementation of acceptance of credit cards in 2014, updating the Knoll Country Club website, adding a driving range, and improvements to the catering operations and facilities to increase play at the course and to increase bookings at the caterer. Excuse me. This administration will continue to look for new revenue sources and opportunities to reduce staffing and other costs, particularly with respect to shared services. I'm personally committed to continuing to explore economic development and redevelopment opportunities in order to increase the township's rateable base. I look forward to working with the council to continue to bring the positive changes to the taxpayers of Parsippany, improve the quality of life for our residents, and improve the economic vitality of the township. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Sorry. No, administration.
Councilor, could I?
Yes.
Mayor, just a quick question. In regards to, you said that you wanted to increase the budget by, was that 1.3 million, or I didn't pick up on that.
Yes, it was 1.3 million.
Okay.
Net increase.
Huh?
Net increase.
Net increase, okay. And, I'd like to break down how you went through, where we're, performing, much more better financially. Is there a possibility, because I know we're going to have other meetings, can we get a copy of what you presented?
Oh, yeah,
so we have that?
absolutely.
Okay.
I'll
Right,
have
good.
it, I'll have it in Nancy's, I'll give it to Nancy tomorrow morning.
No, there's a lot of information there, so we have a better
Absolutely.
understanding. Okay.
And just so that you know, most of what is in his budget message is on the first two spreadsheets that you have.
Yes, it flows better when
No,
he's
it
reading, so
does
you have a
when you
better
look at it.
understanding. Okay.
Not a problem.
No, thank you.
Okay, all right, let me get my administration.
We all set?
Yep.
Okay. All right, administration and township clerk. questions on administration?
Just a quick question based on salaries. As we know, Jasmine's going to be retiring. Where's the money coming from for the replacement? Because I noticed how the money went down based on Jasmine.
It's in the budget.
Okay.
The replacement is in the budget. It's on the bottom of that first page.
Okay. Okay, it's put now.
Should have talked about your replacement.
I got it.
Yeah, we've had interviews, but nothing.
So right now, we're just in all the administration right here.
Yep. So, actually, we did this one. Now it's, second. And then go into other.
All right, any questions on salary and wage budget? Summary.
Just a quick question there, Council President. Maybe the mayor or maybe the business administrator could give me some insight. Is there anything else in regards to these titles within your administration that, are part of the staff that could perform other duties to help us out, to make life easier and, with the other departments throughout the town? Is there any additional duties these folks could do?
You want to respond?
The staff and administration?
Yes.
They're, I can tell you my staff is working very, very hard, and they actually have been chipping in to the extent they can with other offices, but it's,
Same with my department, Councilman. What I'll do once in a while is I'll take someone from construction, bring them upstairs to my office. We'll go back and forth. Because when I first came in, we had 3 full-time secretaries with 2 full-times and 1 part-timer. But I bring them back and forth. I try to, and I'm going to try to have them actually, the construction also to work in, zoning as well, to get a cross-training as well, and to, keep the, hiring down.
Okay. Is there, another question I have for you in regards to that. With the technology folks that work in the administration here, is that covered under your administration, or is that under one of the other departments that deals with all the, your tech stuff with your website? and stuff?
they deal with all of the departments except police.
Okay, so do they fall under your budget here? I don't see that.
Yes. Some of it, yes. The second and third to last on the first page,
Okay,
those are the IT. The IT is part of administration.
that's what I wanted to get down to. Okay.
And then just if you can see, if you read all the way across,
What was that?
if you read all the way across on the far right-hand side,
You on the
there's
first or second page?
the first page.
Okay.
With the IT staff, Earl Hofker and Dave Miller, their salaries are allocated out between the current fund and the utilities,
Okay.
as are almost all of our salaries in administration.
And do they interact with the police department at all with their tech person over there?
Yes,
They do.
yes.
Okay.
I got a question based on administrative. Earl Hofker, Dave Miller. I see for Earl Hofker. Oh, name's okay.
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 But,
You can't talk about personnel.
yeah.
No,
Yeah, that's,
can't talk about it.
No, I got it. I understand that. I just don't understand.
Now this-
Yeah, well, hold off.
is
I'll
that-
hold off.
yeah,
on that.
oh, yeah.
I'll hold
That's
off for
unincorporated
close.
in this, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll hold off on close.
okay.
To raise. Okay.
But you don't want to go to vote on that unless, is that incorporated in here?
That's
I don't think we've been talking about,
What?
are they talking about personnel?
I think
know
the
you can't
kids are
discuss it.
asking a question.
Oh.
But is it incorporated into this salary?
It's not. That's why.
Okay.
Mayor, I have
You
a
can
question.
ask me, you can ask general
All right,
questions.
general question. I see that certain people are getting merit raises or salary increases.
Yes.
Where is that money built in based on the salaries we have? Because they're not in there.
It's,
Yeah.
it's It's actually added to the it's about the middle column. It says base salary 1231.13.
Okay.
That's a little bit deceptive because any increase would be added into that base, and then the 2% is added on top of that.
Okay, so the question is, with Councilman Stanton, that spreadsheet that you have separately, is that already incorporated in this, this vote to move
Yes.
forward?
Yes.
You're going to have to table that.
Yeah, no, I'll pull back my question. I just don't
Okay.
understand how it's.
Jasmine, I'd like to ask an additional question on the percentage of increases. Can you provide me a list of the percentage of increases for the employees from last year who received merit increases, bonuses, stipends, and money in lieu of benefits? So this way I have a comparison year over year.
What bonuses, stipends,
And money in lieu of benefits? And if there's any merit increases from last year that they received?
so the employees that I showed on that spreadsheet who are receiving merit increases,
Right.
you want to know what the percentage is?
Yes, what they received last year, what the percentage of increase was last year. Because I remember years ago, there was a number of years where employees did not receive increases. So I wanted to see what the percentage of increases were last year in the form of what they were called merit, I believe. And also if there was any bonuses or stipends that were distributed.
So for employees who received merit increases last year?
Correct.
You want to know what percentage increase that was?
No, what percentages they did receive individually.
The ones who received merit increases in 2013.
Correct, yes. And who received a bonus or a stipend or money in lieu of benefits.
In 2013.
Correct. Thank you.
Jasmine, I just have
Yes.
a quick question. I know you said that column where it says base salary, okay, where it says 1231.13. So if someone were to be scheduled to receive a merit increase, that's not included yet in that number that's there?
No, it is included.
It is.
It is in there?
Yes.
Okay, so the person would be getting the merit raise and then the 2% on top of the merit raise. So you're getting the merit raise first, then you're getting a 2% raise. You're not
That's-
getting 2%, then the
That's correct.
merit.
All right, so here's the question, because I'm assuming that when it's dealing with any type of merit raises, we can't discuss out in the public?
You can't discuss individuals unless you provide them with notice.
Okay, so I think to be fair to the council, because we're only realizing what's incorporated into this, so if we voted on it, by and large, we'd have been giving someone an increase without us truly knowing about it. I know you had it on a different spreadsheet, so I would feel much more comfortable if we do go in closed session when it's time to vote on this particular part of the budget for the administration, we should at least have the opportunity to discuss that, then move forward.
Okay. Just so that you understand, under the state statute, you can provide a rice notice to the employees, and you can say that you're planning to discuss that individual, and that individual, that employee, has the right to ask that the discussion be held in open session.
Okay, that's
Okay.
fine. That's fine.
And Yancy, I can't remember, what's the advance notice that we have to give?
It's 48 hours advance notice.
Okay.
And the other question I have for you, just so moving forward, so there's no confusion, how much is it total in merit raises that's going to be given out?
I don't
The
know.
total number.
I can figure that out.
Yeah, if you could just give that to us also.
So if we were to do that, then for Thursday's budget session, would give enough time?
If we get the notices out tomorrow.
Now, let me just ask for clarification purposes. I don't consider promotions to be merit increases. And,
They're contractual usually, right?
no, it's just, it's when we promote someone, it's because they're taking on additional duties, either because somebody has vacated the position or they're just taking on additional duties, or particularly in the blue collar union, it's going to be a little bit deceptive, because the way that their contract is written is that they go to the next closest step, and then the year after they go up a full step.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. Just, I think that we should have the opportunity to see what the number is.
Okay.
Hypothetically. 'Cause
Yeah.
You know, you say the word deceptive sometimes. We want to obviously give that, look at it and review it fairly. But,
No,
you know, then you got to say, is it a $20,000 increase, 30,000? I mean, it just got to be.
and most of
reason.
that is on the spreadsheet that I gave
Yeah,
you, but-
again, I saw the spreadsheet, but I didn't realize that it was already incorporated in these
Okay.
numbers that we're
would
going
we
to have to
ha-
vote on.
Would we have to notify these people, for instance, the people that say salary adjustment? Because I know you
Yeah.
said merit, those people as well?
If you want to discuss anyone that you want to discuss their individual salary and position,
Okay.
we need to provide the rights notice.
Except if it's a promotion.
If it says contract, based on contract, that's not.
Right. So
To
the
me, that's not
promotion, we wouldn't have to do that then?
To rights them, to notice them, the employee?
Oh, we
No.
would have to? Okay, that's
Yes,
not
if,
part of the
if you're
contract.
planning to discuss an individual,
Right,
as an individual, it has to be riced.
yeah. Okay.
I'd be more comfortable with the other.
So you don't want all the merit increase people to be notified, do you?
I don't think anyone that says promotion should, I think that's
No,
separate,
but
because
all
that's
the
good.
ones that are not mentioned promotion.
Yeah,
You want all of them to be noticed?
Well, if we're going to discuss them,
Well, I'd like to
have
know
to,
who was
right?
promoted.
Yeah.
I think
Because I'm a new
if we're
councilman,
going
I'd
to,
like to know.
It's on your,
I
on
think
the
if
sheet she gave you.
Now you have the sheet who's promoted, it's all on.
I think if we're going to have any discussion, then we have to
Right.
notify.
So you want us to notice them for Thursday?
Yeah.
Is that what,
Do you want all of them?
Is that considered, is that a promotion or is that merit
That's
increase?
merit.
Okay.
does anyone need to see the spreadsheet?
Want all of them? No, I think we
You-
have.
I just
we
think
all
that,
have it.
I would just say in the near future, and I know that you're going to be retiring, just so everyone's aware of it, and also the public, that, you know, when you're doing your spreadsheet on, you know, the staff that works for the town, and obviously what you're asking for increases, I just believe that you should have, you know, the notice and say, hey, listen, this is what the base salary is, this is what they're entitled to get, you know, obviously as a, you know, a salary for the year. And then, you know, again, if we review this and obviously come in to concurrence that we want to, you know, vote and move forward, but just to all of a sudden put it in the individual salary without us truly knowing about it, it's you know, it's a little bit deceiving.
Well, that's why I provided the spreadsheet.
Yeah, but again, there's no instructions on here stating that it's already reflected in here with an increase. You know what I'm saying? Because you're having us vote on this, not realizing that you already incorporated that increase in there. That's all. Just so, you know, we have a good understanding of what's going on with it.
If they want to.
Just today, yeah.
Yeah, I would think that the ones that say promotion as per the contract, we don't need. I mean, they're a contract, so we don't need those. I just think if we included everywhere, you know, the rest of the people, just because if we are enclosed and somebody decides they have a question about somebody, then we can't if we haven't included them on the list, right?
Okay, but, for example, if all of the dispatcher, almost all of the dispatchers are going to be moving up a step, do you,
Yeah, that's
That's a
You're
contract.
that's a
not-
contractual,
Yes.
yeah, I understand that.
okay.
And I don't want them all here, like, let's talk about Thursday, I'd rather have, you know, if someone's coming here from police, they'll come here the day we pick for police.
So basically what you're looking for is anything that's non-contractual, any employee that's non-contractual, merit, adjustment, anything like that, to be notified. But anything contractual doesn't have to.
Yeah, I mean, if they're notified, it doesn't mean they're going
Right.
to come. It just
Yeah.
means that they're being notified that we're discussing
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
their increase. I just don't want somebody, all of a sudden, you know, we're in a meeting and somebody has a question about somebody's and they weren't on the list to be notified, then it can't be discussed.
Okay.
Time it goes on there, they are ready,
Any,
can hire at will.
Well,
any other questions on salary and wage?
I'm just, so I'm sorry, I'm just going down the list because I want to make sure that I get everyone that you want. Almost down at the bottom, we have the ambulance, the EMTs. If you discuss that generally, it's 452.
Right.
You can discuss that generally, but if you want me to race all of the individuals, I can do that.
Nah,
I'm fine with that,
I don't
too.
think we need to.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And Jasmine, like I said, moving forward, if we realized it was already incorporated in, it just, maybe it would have been a little bit easier.
Any other?
Question?
Okay, moving on to expenses. I have one question on object code 266.
Okay.
Under public information. See that we didn't spend anything in 2013, but,
That's for video on the go,
okay,
and the Board of Ed bills us later.
okay.
That money goes to the Board of Ed to support video on the go.
Okay. You have a question, Paul?
Go ahead.
Yeah, on item 713, object code 713, what is this item actually? What website is this?
It's the township website. It's for Alpha Dog.
Okay, and the question I have for this is, with this particular website, when I was going through the budget, do you have that website under other line items in the budget itself?
Yes, it should be under, across the utilities also.
Okay, so what's the total that you have allocated for this particular company? Out of all the other departments that you have a line item for that?
I think it's about 20,000.
Because when I was going through the budget, I thought I saw it in a couple of other spots, but I thought it was over 20,000.
While you're looking for that, Jasmine, let me just raise another question.
Okay.
With Alpha Dog,
It's 24,000.
So it's total of 24,000? And here's the question I have. I don't know if this would be for you, Jasmine, or towards the mayor. I know that we have the tech folks on staff here. You had made mentions that you have two here that work at Town Hall and then one over at the PD. Is there any reason why, based on, their abilities and the time that they have to manage, that they could also manage the website so we don't have to spend, the $25,000 a year on the website? Or $24,000 a year?
We did go through a period when we were updating the website in-house, and it just got to be too much. It was, it's,
it was overwhelming.
Is there anyone else that has the ability to have that as an additional duty where they could manage that website? Because, $24,000, $2,000 a month, it's a lot of money for a
yeah.
website.
Well, we would have to have a completely different website, and I don't think we could have the same kind of dynamic website that we have right now. I mean, in terms of how the meetings work and the notices, just the way that is all programmed, I can't see us doing that.
Well, here's a question I have for you. Sometimes you have to be all you can be when you put somebody in a leadership position. We have folks here that, they make good salaries, And why don't we just at least try to challenge them to see if they have the ability to do this? And then we could always come back to this. But, you know, $24,000 a year, I think, is expensive for a website.
I think it's worth it, but
Okay.
and we get compliments on the website all the time.
Well, I'm not saying, you know, we don't get compliments, and I'm not trying to downgrade their abilities, but we have 3 folks that are employed with the town, probably making at least, well, you have 80, 70, and then probably town hall, another, or police department, another 70. So you probably got about almost $250,000 in salaries. I don't see why we can't have somebody do that as an additional duty. And that's just the price that you pay. You know, we have to, you know, have to take the taxpayers' interest at large here. I think that we need to start making some changes and try to be leaner and have other folks, you know, if they could do the job or not.
Well, we'll look into it, Councilman, okay?
So I'd like to make a motion to remove that item from the budget.
Last year, this came up as a discussion, that possibly looking at other website companies to save money on that, I know that was a discussion that we had.
I have a motion on the floor, too.
We're not going to have a website. We'll end up with a website.
Motion on the floor.
Can you specify the item so it's clear?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to remove object code 713 from this budget.
Right, just so that you know, we pay quarterly.
What?
We pay quarterly,
Okay?
so the first quarter, and has the first quarter been paid? Do you know?
Okay,
And
so why don't we-
as soon as, so as soon as we end the agreement, the website will come down.
Okay, so I...
It will just come down. There will be no website.
Okay, so I think at that time, you could start interacting with our IT folks and Alpha Dog to make some decisions on how they could get it up and going. And again, if the site fails and we can't do it, then we'll look at it again for another discussion. But based on the talent that we have here for $250,000 a year in salaries, I'm sure we could make our folks be all they can be and perform and get that website up. So I'm still moving my motion to move forward
Just let me
with
make
that
it
item.
on the record, it's your motion to make, and
There's no second yet.
I know, okay, but that's beside the point. We're not gonna have a website. The bottom line, I have an IT guy, I got 2 IT guys, one just probably thinks like you do, another one that I know that doesn't. You know, it's your budget right now, you could do what you wish, but I think it's a mistake. So
I just have a question. You said we pay
we don't have
quarterly,
to.
so we're paid up through the end of April right now?
well,
Is
it
that
would be March.
correct?
End of
Or I mean,
March.
it's end of March, so we only have a few weeks left.
All right. Is there a second to this motion?
Did you have something you wanted to add for?
Well, usually you wait until there's a motion and seconded before you,
Yeah, my fault, I jumped in, I apologize.
I don't hear a second, so we'll just continue with the discussion then.
Okay.
One of the purposes we had, when we went with Alpha Dog or went with any other, was to put more and more information on the internet that was accessible for the public. Our intent eventually was to put everything on the internet so that we can reduce Oprah requests and save considerable dollars there. So as you put more and more items on the website, okay, that changes monthly. Everything changes, budgets change, issues change, whatever changes, it's got to be changed on the website so the website stays current. And I don't know what we spend now on Oprah requests, but I know it's a hassle to some of the departments. And this website was supposed to provide open government to the public.
Jasmine, isn't our contract with them monthly, though? We may pay them quarterly, but isn't it monthly?
It's,
I don't think it's one.
the contract expired last, in December. It was an annual contract.
So right now,
So-
we're month to month.
Yeah, but we pay quarterly.
So that's something we can still look at.
Well, my
right
question
now.
is, are we still moving in the direction we intended? Are we still moving in the direction where we're putting more and more
And we are putting more and
of
more.
township information on that website?
We have a transparency page.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I can't tell, I don't have the stats in front of me right now, but certainly during Sandy, we got thousands of hits because people knew that we were putting information out on our website. People from other towns were coming to our website because they could get Morris County information from the Parsippany website. Paula discussed this a couple of months, probably earlier this year when we were talking, last year, I'm sorry, when we were talking about the Alpha Dog contract. But I mean, thousands of hits, and we get more and more hits. As people come to the website, they see how dynamic it is, they come back, and they come back, and they come back. The website is their source of information about what's going on in town. We have the council meetings on, we have the minutes on. There are lots of people, including Roy's relatives in Germany, who watch our council meetings on the web.
Yeah, I just want to make for the record, again, I think that the township should be doing it, but again, if we could do it within house to save the taxpayers' money, that's what I'm looking at, the interest of the taxpayers. And again, I still believe that our staff that we have in place has the ability to do that. So if you want to go ahead and vote on that or knock down the motion for the $24,000, that's fine. But again, I'm not for funding that when I believe that we could do it in-house.
I'd like to add to the conversation. Councilman Valori, I do agree that, we do have 3 technicians on board and we are paying salaries plus benefits. Benefits a lot of times in the private sector is anywhere from $25,000 to $30,000 onto a salary. So, these are some large amounts here for 3 technicians. I would like to look into possibly having those 3 working together to see if any of them could maintain the website. But being fair, I am not an IT person myself. So I'd like to further discuss that as far as where we can get savings, either by combining the 3 technicians into maybe 2 technicians and hire one that could possibly complete the job, or any of their resumes that shows that they're actually capable of handling it. That I don't know. I don't have that information. Plus, I like to see how much the fee is actually going towards hosting of the website and how much is going towards the day-to-day operations of it. As you recall, I did ask for a list of department directors. I did receive a list of directors, but I still don't have resumes for all of them.
I would just like to add, I totally agree with you, Jasmine. I know the website was very useful and does provide a lot of information. And I'm not saying that I believe they do a very good job. Maybe some of our IT, and I'm not an IT person either, but could do some of it maybe, and we can cut down the cost a little bit on it. That I don't know. But I do know that, our website is very informative. They do a good job. I would just like to see if there's any other way we could potentially save a little bit of money.
All right. The website immediately prior to this one, prior to the Alpha Dogs, the website was set up by someone else, and then we did pretty much all of the updates. But the Alpha Dog website is so different. It's, including, I don't know, maybe it's easy to put videos up. I have no idea.
Right,
But there are a lot of new features in the Alpha Dog website that are just built into their program. And even when we send updates to Alpha Dog, a lot of the updates they send to their designers. They don't. It's not as if somebody just pushes a button and it goes on. It's just not that easy. A lot of times it's fairly complicated, and I have to say, they have been incredibly cooperative. At times when we've been a little bit lax in getting information to them, they've put up stuff right away, and many times at the last minute at our request. They've been extraordinarily cooperative in that way. And, you know, we can talk to Alpha Dog about whether there's some kind of hybrid that we can, you know, relationship that we can have with them, so that we're doing some of, maybe there's some things that are easy to post. I don't know.
Well, sometimes it's more economical to privatize something like Alpha Dog right now, or it may be a savings for our taxpayers if we bring it back in-house. But, you know, one thing I strongly believe in is investing in our employees, because we're only as good as our employees. They're our most valuable assets. So our employees definitely should, you know, be provided with the opportunity to be trained and to look at the cost of that training as well if we're going to bring it back in-house. If it is a cost savings, it makes sense, then I agree with that. So looking at the website update, you know, if we are paying month to month, Jasmine, we can address that when we have all the information available to us.
Okay, and then one other thing I just want to mention is, I have seen websites that are handled completely in-house by staff, and I just don't think they're nearly as good. I think our website is far superior to most other municipal websites.
All right, and just one other question I just have in regards to that. Are we sure we're only spending on Alpha Dog, out of all the other departments, only $24,000? There's no other money getting fed into Alpha Dog. It's only $24,000?
Listen, you gotta, I'm almost positive it is, Councilman, but we'll
Okay.
get the right answer.
What was it?
24,330.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're sure now this is a solid number? All right.
That's what Joe came up with also.
Yeah, the reason I'm saying this is that I don't want to vote on a line item and then we find out that it's 40,000. So we're sure about this. Okay.
I think, Councilman Valori, one of the problems here, looking at the budget, is that it's an archaic format. You know, we do need to put new technology in place that we can actually get this information at the push of a button. You know, right now, you look at a lot of expense items right now that
They're coming from
are
different pools.
spread over different utilities.
Absolutely.
And it's very difficult to read a budget. This budget should be a simplified process to go through it. We should be able to ask, you know, our CMFO at any time for the line items in descending or ascending order. We should be able to see what the variances are, see what it is year over year as well. These budgets don't have it. I've been looking at these budgets over the years as a resident, and they're very archaic. So
Very, very confusing.
It is.
And I have another question. Maybe, is that all right?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, quick question. Jasmine, I'm going to make you work tonight here. Object Code 297, dues, professional journals, and conferences. I see basically it's the same steady fast at 6,800. And what is the difference between that line item, Code 297, and Code 429, where it says municipal, regional, and business meeting host supplies? Seems a little bit contradictory.
429 is actually the coffee supplies.
Oh, okay. See, that's gonna ask these questions. Okay, what type of coffee are you guys buying for $3,500?
It's for the entire upstairs, including the coffee that's available tonight.
All right. So if I didn't ask that question, I would have never known it was for coffee, though.
I
Okay.
just stopped at the store to buy my own coffee pot opening for everybody.
You would if you went to the other book,
Yeah, you have
where
a
you have the departmental
Yeah.
request,
detail.
okay?
Yeah. No, I tell you something. No, this is a
If
great.
you go to the departmental request, that
It's on
question
page
answered.
202.
All right. Good. And notice, Mike, you've been around doing this for a long time. It's just a little convoluted going back and forth here, trying to track everything down, which is great. It's here. So, needless to say, does it tell you what type of coffee you're purchasing? Okay. Hope we're getting some good sales there.
Councilman Valori, I just wanted to state something for the record.
Okay.
You know, these budgets are new to some of us councilmen, and it's going to take some time to actually ask questions, review them, and get a better understanding of them. So I ask the administration for their patience and the public for their patience in this as well, because a transparent and open government is very important. And the more questions that are asked, the more not only yourself as a new councilman, myself, but also our residents will learn and be able to ask more questions also.
And please feel free to call me or Joe as you're reviewing the budget, if you have any questions at all. I think you all have my personal phone information, and I'm happy to take any phone calls.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, on to Township Council, salary and wage budget summary.
Do that. Okay, I see, yeah. Okay. No, pull.
Okay.
This is to get us to the 2% increase.
No,
No. Did I make mention?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I just like to make a motion on my behalf. I didn't realize this was in there with the 2% increase for the council salary. I'd like to make a motion on my behalf for myself that I do not want a 2% increase.
I'll join him in on that too.
I just noticed this just now, so.
Councilman Valori, I agree with you completely. I did review the budget, and, in this tight economy right now, with everybody just tightening their belts and cutting expenses, I don't think it's appropriate to take a 2% increase, no.
So should I put a motion forward?
I'll motion.
I'll
Well, that's
just point out to the
pretty simple.
council that, for 17 years, we did not give ourselves a raise at all, for 17 years. Last year and this year, the first 2 years that we've gotten a raise prior to that was 17 years with no raise.
And the reason why I'm saying this, with all due respect to Mr. Pirro, new councilman, I had the opportunity to really walk this town, almost being like a mailman to a degree, where I get to appreciate what they do for a living. But seeing folks that are losing their house, people in Lake Hiawatha that are still not in their homes, and just people going through tough times. And I know that we do get a small salary. In a good conscience, I couldn't take a 2% increase. So on my behalf, I'll make a motion that I do not want to
Well,
increase.
on my behalf, I give this back to the community all year long.
Okay, and that's,
This goes back to Little Leagues and
which is,
and tricky trays and
you're right.
religious functions and
we-
everything else that we go to support the community.
And you're absolutely right, but I'd like to give my 2% back to the budget that we're preparing here. So that is just what I would like to do, make a motion on my own behalf. So you tell me what I need to do.
No, you can just state, you can just state that you don't want to,
The
take the
2%.
2%.
Okay.
Council President, you
let
don't
me-
have to make a motion. He just says.
right,
Same
right,
thing.
that's
No,
what
I
I'm
just
saying. He
wanna
doesn't
make
have to
sure.
make
Yeah.
a motion. He can just say he doesn't want to accept the 2%.
I don't want to see the 2% in my pay, and then, I made a motion to take it out, so.
Same.
No.
All right,
Same
Brian
for
and,
Mr.
Yeah, we did this last year too.
Yeah, same,
Okay.
same for,
yeah,
same
but
for
we're
myself.
gonna keep it in the budget, though,
have to keep it
just
in.
because,
Not take
so that,
Okay.
if new council people come in, that the budget is already set at,
Right.
because all of the council people are
Okay.
supposed to get the same salary, and if you want to give up the 2%, that's fine, but,
So if I can respectfully ask, each councilman can refuse their 2% increase?
yes,
If they do not refuse their increase, they will receive it?
yes.
Okay.
So you have Mr.
Mr. Stanton, Mr.
Valori,
Valori?
Mr. Stanton, myself,
Okay,
And Councilman Paluso?
and Mr. Paluso.
all right.
Okay, Township Clerk.
Expense items on.
Okay, salary and wage summary. Any questions? Okay, other expenses under Township Clerk. Any questions?
Can I just ask the council, do you mind if we charge the league expenses to special studies this year, or do you want us to charge it, to add to 297 for that?
Isn't that under 298? League of Municipalities?
Two-
Yeah, it's on the league.
297, yeah. Oh, wait, I'm on the clerk's thing.
Page 1 of 1.
Are you in 022?
You have this here, this, right?
Are you in 022 up here?
Oh, 2 up.
It's
You're in
the League of Municipalities for the clerk to attend, but we didn't, the council last year, and then the board members, because I forgot to budget for them last year, were charged. That's the, if you look on 297, not
Yes.
297, I'm sorry, 435, special studies, there's that charge of almost $3,000.
Right.
That was for league attendance by council members and by the board members.
Jasmine, before I answer that question, the reason why I was confused with the object code of 298, if you look under the admin's budget, Division 020, I see it was $3,400, the budget for it. I thought that was all-inclusive, councilman and mayor.
No, that actually is the membership in the league.
That's the membership.
That's the
for league.
township membership.
That's not under 297 for dues?
No. Hold
League
on.
Municipality 298?
Yeah, it's the leagues dues, the state league and the Morris County League, and then attendance at the Morris County League meetings.
So out of 298, the attendance is $3,400. That includes the dues. How much is that dues?
It's 30. This year it's 3,100, 3,140.
$3,140 for the dues for the League of Municipalities.
Yes,
Okay, and that should not be charged under 297 for dues and professional?
we have a special line item for league, so
Okay.
it's more. I mean, it's if you want to see that as a subcategory of 297.
That would be up to our CMFO.
Part of the items are, it's how it's classified under the flexible chart of accounts. Unfortunately, the state gives us most of our object codes, so it'll be a little more difficult. What we'll do is we'll make sure it's equal across all of the budgets, so therefore, I'll take a
Okay.
look and I'll let you know which codes.
Okay, great, thank you.
You got it.
So is it okay to charge the council members' league expenses to special studies? Or do you want us to add it up, add it on to 297?
What,
I have no.
yeah, I mean, whatever, I think whatever's easier.
I think we very seldom use that special studies line item. I think we might as well just charge it there, then we don't have to increase the budget.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah, no, I'm good with
Okay.
that. I don't
Yeah,
want to
that's fine.
increase.
Okay.
No, it's fine.
Now,
Okay.
for the league conference, in this budget, how many Board of Adjustment members and how many planning board members are we allowing to go?
We
Within the budget.
we budgeted 3 and 3 in each of those board budgets. That we haven't been getting great attendance from the board members. Last year I think we had less than that attending. So we just went with 3 and 3.
Jasmine, that brings up a good question. Mike just spurred a thought for me. What is our total expenditures for the league over all departments?
I don't know. It's approximately 250. No, more than that. Yeah, no. It's about including the registration. It's about $250 a person if they stay
$250
for
a
2
person.
nights. Yes, and we sent 20. It was about 20. Yeah.
And just the dues to belong, it's about $3,100 then?
3140 this year.
Okay, great, thank you.
So we have department heads that go down and some of the foremen go down so they can look at the equipment and
Yeah.
network with people in their trades.
Yeah, pretty much anyone who needs CEUs, we send them because you can get an incredible number of CEUs for a very nominal amount.
Well, and
I
could
don't know how we can do this, but I would like to find a way to mandate that new planning board members and new Board of Adjustment members be required to go. There's a lot of background information there that can get them started so they don't have on-the-job training for a year or two before they become productive.
I agree.
I agree, Mr. Piero.
You know, I attend a lot of those classes, and I'm sure other council members do as well, and they're very informative, but especially on the planning and zoning board, there's a
What
lot
goes
of,
into it.
you know, it's a lot to learn,
Lot to learn.
a lot to learn, and if you
Yes.
can expedite it, it's even better.
And I have no problem with, if we do send them down there, that they write some kind of report telling us what they went to and what they, kind of overview of what they learned, so that we know they went and they learned something. We're gonna spend the money. And I don't know how we would implement that either, but.
Well, we actually did that a couple of years, and then we basically reduced it to just tell us what sessions you went to.
They, actually, this year, I know we attended some classes where your pass, you actually scanned in at the beginning of the class,
Right.
and then once the class was over, you had to scan out in order to get credit.
Right.
So they must have a record of what classes we went to.
Only if you need CEUs.
Okay.
Okay.
We did that with the JIF too.
Yes.
They scanned us
The-
when we went to the JIF, so we got a reduction in our insurance rate.
That was when
Yes,
we
that's
good, yeah.
that was when we were with Morris County JIF.
Yes.
Jasmine, just for the public, I call them CE credits, continuing education credits. Can you explain just for the public purposes what CDU stands for and
CEUs?
the requirement?
Continuing education units, and pretty much anyone who has a certification, tax assessor, tax collector, CFO,
State
township, the municipal clerk, the zoning officer, just a sizable number of employees are required to earn a certain number of CEUs every 3 years, I think. Every 2 to 3, depending on the certification. Purchasing direct, the qualified purchasing agent, it's same thing.
So I just want the public to realize that it's more than just going down there to attend a function. It's an education for, our employees that work for us and our volunteers as well. So the league tends to be a good source to get those CEUs.
Yeah, the sessions run from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock.
To just see if this makes sense now, how many new planning board and board of adjustment members do we have, and have we allocated enough to require them to go?
I don't know. You have to tell me. Anybody know?
How many, you guys put new members on, correct? To the zoning board? Okay,
There's only one,
so then you have one there, and I have 2,
2, so that would be 3 people.
planning board.
All right, should be enough.
Yeah. Another, if it's not, we'll charge to special studies, right?
Okay, moving on to committees, I just have one question. On Object Code 384, we had $8,500 budgeted in 2013. We didn't use any of it, and we're looking for another $8,500 this year. Any?
What's the match?
I believe that will be spent. It's the required match for the grant.
Okay.
Yeah, it will be spent. It is the required match.
Okay.
I could tell you why it wasn't. I didn't realize when I was doing this year, that it's budget under committees. I found that today. So that will be charged off probably by the end of tomorrow.
Okay. All
So
right.
that is my fault.
Yeah, that, as far as I know, that is the only committee that has access to significant grants,
Yes.
Yes.
and they're usually matching. So that's why we have that much there. But if there are any other miscellaneous expenses for the other committees, it's there for them to use. Or if they don't, maybe one needs 1,000 and one doesn't need any, we could transfer it around. But those numbers just give us some flexibility with the committees.
One of the things I want to bring up is that there's no budget adopted here for economic development. The Economic Development Committee has not met yet. I already met with the Morris County Economic Development to work with us to assist us in providing us information so we can get this off the ground. So, I'd like to see something in the budget here for economic development.
You want to add 500 like the other committees have?
We really don't have an anticipated budget yet. When I met with MCEDC, they had indicated to me that there's possibilities for grants and shared services, and we're also going to be looking at job creation as well. But right now, we don't have an anticipated budget for it.
So you need to make a
Well,
motion.
thinking timeline, by the time we approve this budget, it'll probably be another month or 6 weeks.
I'm assuming we
So
can
that's
have it
half the
before
year
then.
is gone, so will you have, for the next remaining 6 months in this year, will you have need for that?
Yes, they will.
then we should make a motion.
To make a motion to add whatever you want to add.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to add a line item for Economic Development Committee.
How much?
And how much is that for?
I would like to recommend the $500.
I'll second.
Who's, Lou?
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Mr. Paluso, seconded by Mr. Stanton. Roll call?
Mr. DePiero,
Yes.
Mr. Paluso,
Yes.
Mr. Stanton,
Yes.
Mr. Valori,
Yes.
Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on that page? Okay. All right, at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to open up the public hearing. Will be on this area of the budget only, the administration, township clerk, township council, and committee budgets only.
Make a motion.
Motion made by Mr. Stanton,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Paluso. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero,
Yes.
Mr. Paluso,
Yes.
Mr. Stanton,
Yes.
Mr. Valori,
Yes.
Mr. Karifi.
Yes. Okay, you'll have 5 minutes. Sign in. Is there a sign sheet? Sign sheet?
Is there a sign-up sheet down there?
Okay, if you just state your name, sign in, please. Name and address.
Jonathan Nelson. I don't know if this mic's working.
Just move it closer to you.
Jonathan Nelson, 202 Patriots Road. Just a quick question. That thing, the economic development that you just passed,
Yes.
Is the,
is this better?
is the mic on?
Yeah, it's
I
on.
don't really hear it.
It's on.
Yeah.
Wait, can you hear me? All right. That economic development that you just put the $500 in, was that the thing for marketing for economic development under 713? That,
We have that.
or was that under the committees?
That was on the committee.
Okay.
Committees.
That was on the committee.
And the other thing is, if I have questions about, the taxes and anticipated revenue, should I wait till finance for that, or should I do that now with?
You can ask now.
Okay,
I don't care.
okay. Joe, when I got here, I saw the uncollected,
Reserve for uncollected?
reserve for uncollected taxes. And,
Yes.
The mayor in his opening remarks said that we have a 99.32%.
Yeah, what the reserve for uncollected taxes does, it's actually the buffer between what you collect and 100%.
Right.
So what ends up happening is if the county's taxes that's apportioned to us goes up, along with schools, our fire districts, we have to pay them 100%.
No,
So that's the reason it's gone up about $50,000.
But that 0.68% that we don't collect in taxes, what's the dollar amount come out to be the year, approximately?
1% is
No.
700,000, right?
Now, because our total levy, so if you take your total levy, it was about 190 million last year. So 1% of 190 million is 1.9,
So one,
right, about 1.9 million.
Okay, yeah, that
Um,
makes sense, because
yeah.
that's why you're budgeting your
So,
1.8.
Yep, and that's the reason we do
Yeah.
this, is to make sure that we're not caught short. Until I've seen the final school budget and the final county budget and how the equalization rates are, I could tell you, I think the $50,000 increase is a good number. If the school budget goes up substantially, the county taxes go up substantially, then that may increase a little bit. There is a calculation that's done throughout the year, or actually as soon as you receive the estimated budgets, that actually backs into the number that we need to come into. So when I took a look and said if the counties remain flat, which since there's a loss of ratables and the way it's equalized across, it may actually go up for us. So if that's the case, you're going to need that $50,000 to be able to to be able to close that shortfall if we collect 99.3.
So like last year, we had 1.825
Speak
million.
into the mic.
I'm sorry, so last year we had 1.825 million reserve. How much of that ended up going into the surplus?
That, it actually doesn't go into surplus. What ends up happening is as soon as the budget's adopted, you charge it off. Because what that does is you charge off your reserve for uncollected taxes. Okay, I'm gonna bore everybody because I'm gonna talk bean counter now. You charge it off and you move it against your amount to be raised. Because what that does is that actually now helps you by realizing that revenue into the budget. So if your rate goes down to 99.2, it helps set you up so you don't have that issue. So to be completely there, if I take a look at our collections last year, if I take a look at our total revenues collected, our revenue budget
30
for
seconds.
taxes were 40,396,000. We actually collected 40,196,000 for the municipal level. So we're already $200,000 behind. So with that being said, that's the reason you have the reserve for uncollected taxes. So
Right.
I hope that didn't bore
Yeah,
you.
that did. I just didn't understand how it goes. You can't count this towards my 5 minutes. Come on. And you don't even have time at other budget hearings. Come on. The other question, I just had two more questions. Jasmine, I noticed that the future business administrator is budgeted more than what you're currently making, and you've been here for 8 years.
Yes,
How do you feel about that?
not good.
Okay.
I can tell you that I'm well below the going rate.
Right.
Same that's happened with Ruby.
I would agree with that.
Okay, we gotta stop talking about that stuff.
That's okay.
Well, it was a hypothetical employee, because they don't exist.
I'm only kidding.
All right, and the other thing is, I just want to clarify with the town website a little bit. Just the first question is, did you ever sign that contract? Because I know we approved it last year and authorizing you to sign the contract
The Alpha Dog
with Alpha Dog, but I'm not sure if it was ever signed.
I'm
No,
not quite sure, but I don't think I did.
last year's. It would have been the end of last year.
Okay, because we had this discussion last year, and there was a provision if we don't sign the contract that we go month to month, and that's probably where we are if the mayor didn't sign the contract. It's kind of segueing into the next question, and I guess this would be for an attorney at a regular township council meeting. Are we required by law to sign the contracts, or to even do business without a signed contract?
Okay, under the local public contracts law, Mike Hardy, where are you? I want to make sure I don't butcher this. There is a substantiation in the law that any purchase order is considered to be a contract. So therefore, as long as they're signing that purchase order when we send it to them, they are really under the law agreeing to a month-to-month contract, or in this case, a quarterly contract.
Okay, all right, and then just.
Did I do that good, Mike? Okay, good. I had to make sure I didn't upset the purchasing agent.
Okay, all right. And then the last thing, with the website, we hire Alpha Dog to create the website and maintain it. They use a template which is called a CMS, a content management system. And Alpha Dogs is proprietary. They own it. And a big part of the cost, which I do believe is very excessive, is the cost of using their proprietary system. Now, there are free CMS systems out there where it would be a one-time cost in hiring a webmaster to create the website. My understanding the way the website works now is that the various departments or the administration will create a ticket and send the information to Alpha Dog, and Alpha Dog puts it on the website. So whoever's sending that information to Alpha Dog really could be putting it up on the website anyway, because they're doing the work anyway by sending it to Alpha Dog. One of the problems with keeping with Alpha Dog is they use a certain template across the board for all their customers. So our website is no different than different municipalities like Lodi. If you look at Lodi's, the only difference between the websites is ours says Parsippany, theirs says Lodi, and ours is blue, and I think theirs is red. One of the problems with keeping with Alpha Dog is they use a certain template across the board for all their customers. So our website is no different than different municipalities like Lodi. If you look at Lodi's, the only difference between the websites is ours says Parsippany, theirs says Lodi, and ours is blue, and I think theirs is red. And I think that's it.
Thank you.
Can I just point one thing out? Yes, it's a one-time cost. The only other additional cost that will go in is there's going to be hosting fees then, because you need to have your own domain. So
Right.
you'll end up having to go out to GoDaddy or somebody, and usually those costs can go up to $900 to $1,000 a month.
Yeah, a website of our size would probably be about $1,000 a year. As far, yeah.
Well, I've seen hosting fees. I came from the county, so we had a county website. We
Well, I
have
know-
additional websites, but I've seen them go up to $1,000 a month. So that's the only thing that.
Well, Alpha Dog is not actually hosting the township's website.
Right.
They're just buying server space
Right,
through
but
a
that's in
GoDaddy
our
or something
contract.
else.
So that would be the only thing that,
Right.
when we're looking at, if we're gonna do it ourselves,
And just
we
also
wanna
remember-
see what the costs are, because if you have data that you're encrypting in the back end, there's cost to all of that, because there's rule hooks. The only reason I know this, I've implemented accounting systems, same basis. That's not saying I can write code to do a website, but from knowing that and knowing how the back end works. There's all different types, there's WordPress, Joomla, there's all different ones. And then when you're doing the rule hooks in the background, it's written in JavaScript and HTML code. The only reason I know this is the county, from their website. I learned this because I was on the IT governance committee.
Are you sure you don't have your own website somewhere?
But you know what?
Joe, I think you're
That's-
talking
that's
about.
a hobby I could
You
do.
might be able to do the web now.
Joe, it's
That's it, we
written.
could-
it's
that's-
P-
that'd be a good
it's
additional duty for
PHP,
you.
And actually, just as an aside, the server space that Alpha Dog provides for us
Right.
is actually shared server space.
Okay,
So we're on the same server as
a Lodi.
a
or
Lodi
those.
and
Okay.
a different customers that we have. So we don't
Okay.
have a dedicated
Okay.
server.
Yeah, and that's my one. when
Yeah.
we're
Yeah, no,
talking
I had
about
already
doing
checked that
this,
out
There
a
may
long
be
time
costs
ago.
that are outside that
But
we're gonna look at.
the actual domain costing, you're talking $1,000 a year maximum. And as far as the cost for purchasing a domain name, you're talking like $5 a year, if that. It's
It
minimal.
depends- Well, it depends on how much you put on your website. That's the only
Well,
thing
no,
that
for actually owning the domain. And the last thing, I'm sorry.
Wow, 5 minutes.
Yeah, sorry, this is it. With the committees, with the Board of Adjustment and the Planning Board, all those members I could see it's a lot of work and it's all volunteer. To budget for all the members to go down there, whether they go or not, is really not a lot to ask. There's really not a lot to give to these volunteers. Now, whether they go or not, I don't know.
They don't.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you.
You know what, from now on up, we could just answer all the questions at the end, so this way,
Yeah, it's hard
we're
to
not
keep
going
time.
along.
Okay.
Just answer them all at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
My real name, Jonathan Nelson, didn't sign in.
Vinny.
Lee, can you hear me? Does this thing work?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's good. Oh, yeah. Loud and clear. No, I think he switched.
Yeah, I
Okay.
switched them, yeah.
Vincent Ferrara, 22 Alba Place. Just have a comment. I'm sorry I came in late. Regarding the website. Mr. Valori, I heard your questions, so you don't mind if I,
Oh, please,
okay?
Feel free.
Don't take it personally.
Not
It's
at all.
personal.
not at all.
Regarding the website, at least you know it's going to be 24,330. I really don't care who does the website. I make nothing out of it. I want to be clear about that. But we have 3 people in IT, I believe it was said. You put an hourly person, you really don't know if it's going to be more than 24. At least at 24, 330, you know how much you're paying. My other concern is, God forbid, something happens, okay, on a Friday at 6 o'clock. Now you're going into overtime. At least that guy is responsible, from what I understand, Jasmine, he's on call 24/7.
No,
No.
no.
Okay.
What they have done is during emergencies, they've offered their services to their, to the towns, and it's pretty inexpensive. So,
Okay.
it's a few $100s for them to, when they, any major event, they've asked us whether we want to subscribe to that emergency service.
Okay.
But it's,
So we pay extra, but they're available.
yes.
My point is, how do you know you're gonna find an employee that wants to come to work on a Friday, on a Saturday, on a Sunday? And then what's the overtime? I have, I'm not really sure what that department makes an hour. Assuming it's 20, it might be 40 in overtime. You might be foolish, you might spend 40,000 to maintain what the person is doing.
Yeah.
I'm not addressing it to you, but I
Oh,
mean,
no,
you
you
asked the
brought up a good
questions,
point, though. You had me
so,
thinking for a second there.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Overtime, it might cost you more. You're going on an hourly basis. You really need to bring somebody here and say, what do you think this is gonna cost? Is it 4 hours a day? Is it 2 hours a day? Is it an hour a day? Regarding to Mr. Nelson, I think he said, about the information, but I think anybody could send information, or the mayor's office. Those people are on salary or hourly anyway. Just be cautious. I mean, with you, I want to save the taxpayers money, but I don't want to pay more. Just think about it. Other than that,
Good point, Vinny.
Yeah,
besides, the merit increase might be more than 24,000.
I'm just saying, we're all worrying about the taxpayers,
And that's it's a good note, but, like anything else, sometimes you have to be very self-sufficient. And I think that in these times, that if we have folks making a substantial amount of money, if they can't take on that additional duty, it's only going to enhance their career, make them better off, and they can teach other folks. And then you gotta look out statistically, how many times have the website has really gone down with Alpha Dog? Do we have any idea? How many times has the site ever gone down?
I don't think it's ever gone down.
Okay, so the reliabilities, they're 100%. So not to say that we can't be at 100%, and then there's really no cost, but, you're bringing up points. But I think like anything else, there's have to be lessons learned that we need to move on and start implementing what we have in-house. And you're bringing up valid points.
I agree with you. I just don't want to end up paying more.
No, and like anything else, if we decide that we weren't going to take it,
Right.
and we realize that it's going to take on too much, then we have that option to move forward back to them.
My question to you, I was at the menorah lighting or at the Christmas or holiday lighting, and I saw someone from Alpha Dog. I don't remember if it
I
was
don't
a
know,
guy or
yeah.
a female, but like if you bring an employee now to take pictures, what are you paying that employee? I'm only saying, I'm with you. I'd rather pay 24 than end up paying 40 to learn a lesson.
Absolutely, there's
Other
definitely
than
a
that, it's
cost-benefit
your
analysis
budget.
there. No, thank you. Thank you, Vinny.
Thank you.
Hey, Ray, give me a coffee.
Any other-
Give me a coffee.
Is that the $4,500 coffee one, or?
I would suggest after this public session, we have a quick break.
After now?
Go ahead.
Or before me?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. We're gonna keep things moving.
Okay, I gotta be patient. My scribbling is all over my
I like those
pages here.
cartoon characters there, too.
Thank you. Papatacha, 182 Hawkins Avenue. Just in regards to Alpha Dog and the website, there's a couple of things stated here tonight. One of them being that Alpha Dog would bring transparency. Transparency is brought by the township, by the people that represent us. Not everything is put on the website that should be out there, but that's just me. In regards to them, I don't see any reason why we can't go out and get other figures for other companies. I mean, that is what everybody does. You can change, it doesn't matter. From what I'm understanding is that it's a town employee who notifies Alpha Dog. So what would that matter as far as a weekend? What was done in the past when something was happening? You know what, you're saying that in order for Alpha Dog, your people write up a statement, send it to Alpha Dog,
Mhm.
put it on the website.
Mm-hmm.
So what difference, you understand what I'm saying? What difference does that make? in regards to Vinnie's question regarding a town employee doing it. Is anybody catching what I'm trying to say?
Sure.
You're taking you're saying normally with Alpha Dog that in order for them to change our system, one of our town employees writes up something and sends it to Alpha Dog, and then Alpha Dog does it. Okay? So what's the difference of our town employee not taking that step of writing it out, keying it in themselves? That's the comparison I'm making. Also, Michelle Sylvan is at a lot of the things taking pictures. And if you want a photographer, hey, call me. I'm great with a 35 millimeter. I am a fantastic photographer. Okay? But I do believe that we can get it cheaper. And I do believe that it wouldn't hurt us to check out other places that do. I don't know the exact terminology. But other, companies that do it, I don't see why we can't do that. Especially if it's gonna reduce the price, if it does. I see that a lot of times, every time a suggestion is made, there's a fight given on behalf of keeping what you have. And I noticed that with the Board of Ed also. Kind of stick to the same things, but there are things out there that are different, that have changed, and that might be better for us. So it's always worthwhile to check other things out. I just got a problem with this item number 429 under Division 20.
That was 429?
Yeah,
Oh.
that's the $3,500 for coffee? What is that for? Exactly.
It's coffee supplies for the building.
For the building. We pay for coffee. Taxpayers pay for people to drink coffee during the day in Town Hall. I'm serious.
Yes.
Guys, I would take that one right off. Number one, any company, no company pays for their employees. Their employees pay for themselves. Okay, that's just a little bit of money, but come on, that's ridiculous. Okay. We have find it. Oh. Under Division 20, we have an intern as the TPR. There's an intern listed, part-time. We're paying her $4,200. What is this?
That,
Which item are we looking at here?
We're looking at
it's the admin salary and wage budget.
Division Administration. Page 2 of 2. Intern. $4,200. What do we?
Oh.
What is this? I've never seen this before.
It,
Come up.
listen, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, no.
No, go.
No, you do your 5 minutes and then I'll talk.
No, I want the answer to
No,
this.
no.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, she'll give you an answer.
All right. To me, an intern is not somebody who gets paid by the taxpayers. Somebody brought that person as an intern, that's their responsibility to pay for them. It does not come out of taxpayers' money, I'm sorry. We have an assistant purchasing agent. Part-time, paying $18,910, and then we're gonna have a replacement for the original purchasing agent. Why do we have an assistant purchasing agent? Why? Part-time.
Pat, we have 30 seconds.
Okay. All right. I would like to thank Mr. Stanton, Mr. Valori, Mr. Paluso, and Mr. Karifi for giving up their 2% raise. I personally don't believe that it should just be a flat salary. We're all saying how we want to help our community out, this, that, and the other thing. And to
Time.
me, if it's really helpful, I wouldn't even take a salary myself, but that's just me. But I'm just saying I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat.
I'd like to see Since there was such controversy and conflict last year with a lot of things going on in this town, I really didn't think anybody deserved a raise from the top on down. One thing is a
We called
2%.
time already. I'm
Two
sorry, Pat.
percent flat raise across the board for everybody.
Can you answer?
There are people at
Or-
work.
Hey, Pat,
You're gonna
she's-
get the answers to your
Pat, she's gonna
questions.
answer you now.
Okay. First, the intern was in last year's budget. We actually did not hire an intern. We used someone in construction who was really very interested in public administration. A little bit. We used her to work on the Sustainable Jersey certification. We are continuing to look for an intern. We did have a part-timer in our office who has since retired. So the intern was in essence replacing that part-timer at a somewhat higher level.
The need for the intern, the real need for the intern and where this intern came from, how it was created. I mean, you're saying it was there last year, I don't recall.
It was.
But this was never done in any prior administration, am I correct? This is just something that happened during this administration.
We've had we've had interns. We may not call them interns, but we have had interns in various departments. Some are paid, some are not paid.
You think in the near future, just so you know, there's
Yeah,
no
really.
confusion, that we might want to have like what the title of an intern does do?
It really varies. It's, an intern is, if an intern in planning is going to do very different things and interns tend to work on projects. That's just my experience with internships. Tend to work on particular projects. They're not staff per se.
Maybe, what
So-
I think it is I think it's the perception of the term intern, because everybody thinks of an intern like you're a college student doing an internship.
That's how I perceive
And
it.
you do it for college credit
Yep.
instead of pay. So I don't know if maybe we can change that, what it's called, what that person's called maybe, because I think that's what everybody's
Yeah.
thinking. It's a college intern, why they're getting paid.
Well, there are we have had college interns and some have been paid and some have not been paid. And I know my colleagues throughout the state. It's the same thing. Some have paid internships and some are unpaid.
No, I understand that, but we have a population of folks that are interested in what's going on in our town. I think that we need to just kind of define it more. It's a non-paid intern, this is what they're doing. If it's a paid intern, I think we should really specify what that person's doing. Not saying that, we don't need it, but I just think that, I'm sure these questions will come up in the near future. It's only fair to the folks that are, here paying our salaries. I mean, let's just face it,
Just
they
being
are.
more transparent and just showing
That's
us
all.
what they're doing and what their job entitles and all that.
So there's no misconceptions of, what that individual's doing, no matter who the intern is. All right, now, let me ask you a question. How many interns do we have right now that are non-paid interns that are helping out throughout the town?
I don't know of any right now.
Okay. So last year, how many unpaid interns do we have?
I don't think we had any I don't know of any. I'm
Okay,
trying to
so
remember.
you see where I'm,
You had one? Oh, yeah, that's
Okay.
right. The mayor had an
but,
unpaid
but
intern.
you see where I'm going with this? It's, if you have it in our policy somehow, and again, I think it's great that we get involved helping other folks out, either paid or non-paid, but I think you really need to kind of explain what that title is going to entail. So there's no misconceptions of what that person's here for.
And just so that you know, one of the things that we've done in the past, and we've had good success with it, particularly in finance, we've brought in interns for college credit, and then if they work out really well and they're really working like a regular employee, we start paying them a small amount of money.
Right. And here's a suggestion. You probably get some giggles out of this. Maybe we could get an intern that could help us out with the website. All right? Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you. No, anything pertaining to that part of the budget?
Well,
End of the
Administration?
meeting, though.
he's talking about the spreadsheets.
Oh,
Recycling sanitation qualify for the question?
no, not,
It's not up
not
yet.
right now, no.
Not right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyone else? All right, see no one else come forward. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing for the administration, township clerk, township council, and committee budgets only.
Make a motion.
Motion made by Mr. Stanton,
Oh, I'll second it, yes.
seconded by Mr. Valori. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Paluso?
Yes.
Mr. Stanton?
Yes.
Mr. Valori?
Yes.
Mr. Karifi?
Yes.
Yeah, take a 5-minute break.
Take a 5-minute break in case anybody has to go to the bathroom or anything. Next up will be Parks and Forestry.
I gotta sign something. I gotta go down there now.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, we're back. Back in the session.
All right, so where are we now?
Parks and Forestry, 170.
170, okay.
Do we want a motion to reconvene? or
Motion.
no? Okay, yeah.
Entertain a motion to reconvene.
Make a motion.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Stanton, seconded by Mr. Paluso. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Paluso?
Yes.
Mr. Stanton?
Yes.
Mr. Valori?
Yes.
Mr. Karifi?
Yes. Paluso, you want to say something?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just want to note something. When we just went to recess over here, I heard you talking to a gentleman that you just signed something for. I'm a little bit annoyed about it. Yeah, you had said, you wish that this person would have came up to answer questions about the website, so you could have blown all of us out of the water.
He's very intelligent.
Okay, well, this is a public session to talk about the expenses and revenue.
A friend of mine, I said it.
Well, it's not about sending people up here to blow us out of the water. It's about going over a budget and being transparent.
Knowledge, that's what was meant by it.
Okay, well, I took offense to it.
You
That's
can take
not what it's
offense
about.
when you want. It wasn't first of all, it wasn't offensive to you. If you took offense to it, I can't control it.
I did, because I thought I was asking intelligent questions about the
And everybody
website
did
as
ask
well.
intelligent
Yeah,
questions.
but not to send
Everybody-
people up here to blow us out of the
Everybody
water.
asked many intelligent questions. That's why when he came up here, I wish he did speak, because he's very knowledgeable on it. He runs the state site.
I just didn't appreciate
Who's
the
that?
comment. Thank you.
You gotta take.
Oh,
it
Ed.
one-
Oh, yeah, I know
It's
Ed.
in the back.
Oh, okay.
Sorry for the fence.
I did.
All right, good. Okay. All right. Okay, Parks and Forestry, salary and wage budget summary. Just have a question under the, under seasonal. It's budgeted for $143,400, and last year we spent $107,200. The reason for the
What page are you on?
First one,
first page.
division number 170, Parks and Forestry.
First page.
Salaries?
Parks and Forestry.
Oh,
Yeah, the salaries.
The salary and wage budget summary. It says seasonal.
Okay.
It's about $36,000 more. Reason for that?
We,
Better to just take it out and use it.
we had some employees retire this year, and hiring some higher paid employees. Some of the top guys retired. So between administration and myself, we came up with hiring 2 regular people and then 2 seasonal employees. So that's why the increase in the seasonal is there.
And that's why there's the decrease in the full-time.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
What's your total amount of employees? Your total on hand for your department?
27?
Yeah, I believe we have 27 full-time
27?
No,
people.
wait, let me see. Yeah,
Yeah, we lost 2.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to,
Including myself, I think there's 27 of us.
that's what it's showing on the sheet.
Quick question on object code 307, shop supplies. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
any other questions on wage summary?
Yes, Mr. Walsh. Question, did our department ever work with Employment Horizons? You know, people with disabilities that we can assist them, and we can also reduce our overtime and working on maintenance of lawn and gardening?
Yeah, we did have them probably about 7, 8 years ago. We had them working up at Craftsman's Farms,
Right?
and the overall cost was actually more through Employment Horizons than it would be for our guys to go up and do that.
I see.
They have a way of their billing system isn't it just more hourly or more per cut than what it would cost us to do it. So
Okay.
we have used them in the past, but we stopped because it actually cost us more.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Good question.
Okay, any other questions on wage and summary? No? Okay, moving on to other expenses, budget requests.
Yeah, getting to that, back to that one code, object code 307, shop supplies. Just give me an overall idea of, you know, what you need for, yeah, I just want to, it's kind of vague here, for shop supplies. What is it that you need for the vehicles that's a, you know, it's a constant of basically, you have the same $7,100.
Shop supplies are what we consumables or what we use in our mechanic shops. It could be rags, it could be grease, it could be oil, you know, that kind of stuff. Above and beyond spark plugs, you know, stuff that comes out of our automotive stuff.
Okay. And who do you have doing like control on your supplies? I did run in the military a supply room, so I know how the supply sergeants like keeping their little cachet to the side and, you know, obviously have a nice an abundance there. How are you making out? Are you actually using what you need, or do you have any extra where we don't have to spend $7,100? Because I'm sure you have probably some override that you're not using everything that you had ordered.
What we do is we order a couple of times a year. We'll order bulk supplies of stuff,
Okay.
and then we'll use them. And as we need more,
So,
we order more. So the money that we have here is basically what we use every year.
okay. So if you did an inventory, you have nothing on hand right now, or?
Oh yeah, we just bought for this year.
Okay.
But at the end of the year, we're kind of tight. We're kind of slim on certain stuff. We hold off at the end of the year to see if something comes up
Okay.
where we don't buy that particular item because we had another breakdown or another need. But the items themselves, or the you know, this particular line item, it's pretty constant. We know pretty much what we use for the year.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Walsh, can you explain to me, as a new councilman, if we have any shared services in place right now with your department? Are we sharing any of the equipment or any of the shop supplies that are excess, such as with the Board of Education or something like that?
Shop supplies? No.
Yes. Is
Shop
any
supplies are what we use in our shop.
Okay,
Occasionally, there might be somebody coming to borrow a piece of equipment,
right.
but that's about the extent of it.
Who borrows our equipment right now?
Well, the Board of Ed will occasionally come over and borrow a piece of our equipment, you know, for their fields or whatever they might need
Yeah, I
to
know.
do. Road Department, we share whatever. They call up, they need something. If they need an operator, we send a machine and an operator. Same thing with us. If we need a machine or a machine and operator, we call up, and that's how you get it done.
And we had the chipper up at Greystone after Frankenstorm, right?
We had it up there after the October storm.
Yeah. That the other towns.
That the county, and we actually did, besides our town, we did 6 other towns
Okay.
that we took in brush via the county and used our services for other towns.
Are we compensated for those services?
It went into our request to FEMA for reimbursement.
Okay.
I have another question for you. Just so we're not mixing and matching what we need here for the budget. I'm going to go back to that object code 307. You told me there was about $7,100 in supplies to keep, obviously allocated, to keep you running for the year. Then I see you have your janitorial supplies, which I think is a high number of 9,000. That's item 367. You have actually you have $8,700 from last year, 9,000 now. And then office supplies for another 4,700, which is object code 399. These items are, to me, a little bit higher than. Explain to me why you need $9,000 worth of urinal blocks, hand soap, cleaner, graffiti remover, e-spray. I mean, that's a lot of money for those items. How much are you going through a year?
We're going through quite a bit. We buy paper towels, toilet paper,
That's a lot
mops,
of
buckets. Yeah, we have a lot of bathrooms too.
Okay.
And they're cleaned, when the season's open, they're cleaned on a daily basis. They're used on a daily basis. On the weekends, sometimes they're used to the point where they're not very nice.
No, I understand that, but are you getting this in bulk where you have a good savings? You're going to a supplier who's,
We
saved
get-
us money?
We get we try to get the cheapest vendor, and we do buy in bulk. We'll buy 2-3 times a year.
Okay.
Just because of storage facilities. I try not to keep an abundance because then you wind up having to worry about storage and that kind of stuff.
Okay, and then I see you have office supplies, $4,700 for copier supplies, using the fax machine, scanner.
That includes our rental of the machine.
How much is the rental for the machine?
I don't know that off the
You
top
don't
of
know?
my head, but that's included in that office supplies.
How many machines do you have?
It's an all-in-one copier.
So, Jasmine, we have an idea how much that copier is for the year?
Mike probably
Contract?
knows. Any idea?
I think it's around 2,200 if I remember right.
For the year?
It's about 185 order, or 185 a month.
Okay. So it's half the cost of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and the other item with office supplies, and I could see it because of our printers, the cost of ink has gone up.
Okay.
So when you're doing printer ink, or some of the costs that you're doing with copiers, the cost of the ink that you're buying, it's a little more than what I remember it was 4 years ago. To give you an idea, you may spend up to $125 to $200 on toners. So it's pricey now.
Okay.
Jasmine, I have a question concerning copiers in general, not concerning this department. Are we renting from the same company all of our copiers and scanners? And are we getting a group discount for that? So they're state contracts? What I'm alluding to is there any savings by using the same company under the one government contract? Okay, Mr. Hardy, also, do we upgrade that equipment? Is it part of our contract that those copiers are upgraded?
Where's electricity in here? But less than one day.
Yeah, one of the advantages of the lease is to get an upgraded model or a faster model usually under the lease agreement. I heard one of the departments tell me that they had a slow copier. That's why I'm asking that question, because I like to see efficiency for our departments as well. Thank you.
Mr. Walsh, the only question I have is under Object Code 536, cell phones. In the description, it says 9 Verizon phones at $400 per month, and it says $4,800. 9 times 400 would be 3,600. Are we getting additional phones, or?
We will have one additional phone, yes, when that comes up. No.
So,
The cost of the 9 phones.
it said, yeah, because in here,
400 a
from the
month.
description, it says 9 phones at $400 per month. That would come out to 3,600, but we're asking for, we're budgeting.
No,
for
it's
48.
$400 a month
For the
times
9.
12. So 9.
Yeah, oh, okay,
Yeah, 400.
For the 9 phones, it's
All right,
$400
okay.
a month.
I got you, okay.
I got a question for you for line item, Object Code 536. It's under, for electricity. Question for you, because I know some folks here, actually Roy's not here, and I know Pat has mentioned in the past. What are we doing to control the lights on at the fields? Because I know many times I've driven by and there's nobody out there, just the owls out there, and there's no one playing on the field. What are we doing to try to kind of conserve the amount of light, electricity that's being used on the fields when no one's out there?
Well, a good portion of the time, I get a text or a phone call, or we now have it set up through an email that they can say, whoever's using the field when they're done.
That's what I was going to ask you next now. I figure you're
They'll
gonna-
send it to us, and I'll get it on my phone, and I can control the lights through my phone.
you can control them through your
Turn
phone?
them on, off, extend them. Most of our groups, the youth groups, will contact us and say, we're done for the night, or can you extend it? And then we do it.
So you have that technology through your phone?
Yeah, all our lights and.
That just started?
Musco, we've had controlling probably for about 4 or 5 years now. On
You just got to
all-
make sure you monitor your
all
phone.
of the
though.
lights.
Okay.
Again, it's not foolproof.
It's not foolproof.
Sometimes the coaches leave and they don't call the
They don't.
representative, say that they're done, so yes, the lights do stay on.
And here's what I would ask you. In regard to this, are there any fees that are being collected from the town, through the sports, especially folks that are, using the fields, are not from our town, but they're using our fields? I guess they rent them. I know that was an issue. Are we getting any of that money allocated towards the township to offset these prices? Because $135,000 is a lot of money for electricity.
There are fees through recreation when they pay for a permit.
So are we getting any of that funding to help?
That money goes to the,
Yes, it comes in as a revenue.
Okay, do you know how much money we've made on revenue on that?
When
Joe
Joe,
with Recreation
when
would have
Joe
those.
comes up, he'll be able to tell you. I think Joe's coming in Thursday.
So there is money coming in to offset this. Then the question I have for you is, what are we using with that money that we're bringing as a revenue? Are we truly going to be using it to offset some of the costs of the wear and tear out there on the fields? And then, again, we're voting for this line item to be paid for $135,000. I just want to make sure that we're using the money wisely to offset it. And that, listen, I'd love to see everybody out there playing, but it gets expensive, though.
We charge a lot more if they need lights. I know, I don't have the fee
Do you know
ordinance.
what that number is per hour?
I don't have it in front of me right now.
Okay. So there is revenue being earned?
Yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, Joe would have that number on Thursday, so just let Joe know.
Yeah, so just so we have an idea. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Mr. Walsh, just one other thing on the side note.
Okay.
How many people have the ability to do what you were talking about with your phone at night? Like, are you guys on call?
There's 2 or 3 of us that have
So-
access to
Right.
control.
So I would just like to make note that, this is, he's being contacted off hours at night and stuff
Yeah.
in reference to these lights, and, I just want to commend you for, because that's part of your job. And
Thank you. I didn't know.
I know what
that
it's like being on
technology.
call for my whole career and, getting messages and stuff at night to turn off the lights and stuff like that. So I know your evenings are probably sometimes getting interrupted here and there, so just want to thank you for it.
Thank you for your
Thank
dedication,
you,
Mr.
Mr.
Walsh. Mr. Kowalczyk, I just have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
One of the things, if you can help me, and understand, I see under his budget, Craftsman's Farms broken out into 231 and 536. Can you tell me if Craftsman's Farms is anywhere allocated throughout the budget in different departments? And what is the total budget for Craftsman's Farms on an annual basis?
The only other spot, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jazz, but this is the first year I'm going through the budget process. The only other spot that we have allocated is going to be under Green Acres, where we're paying off debt service for it. But that's the only other spot.
Under the Open Space Trust Fund.
Okay, an open space, sorry.
So do we have a true budget as to what Craftsman's Farms costs us on an annual basis? Because I see it's affecting his budget, it says included, but, you know, I don't think it's fair to his budget if we don't know how much is broken out for Craftsman's Farms versus
Do you
the
know?
regular utilities.
This line item is for maintenance that we do.
It's for me.
That the Parks Department handles outside.
Right.
Perfect example is this year, in the next month or so, we are going to have to rent a crane to come in and take down 2 large trees that are up there. It's going to be around $2,500 to $2,800. So that's what this is for. This is for us to do maintenance on the property itself. You know, whether we do it in-house or we need,
Right.
you know, outside people to do this, but this is.
Craftsman Farms is considered to be part of our park system.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
In public buildings?
Yeah.
I thought it was.
Joe
Mike, do you know?
Generone takes care of a lot of things up there.
He
too.
does.
That's the sale out of
He
maintenance,
has-
right?
Yeah.
it's
That's
his
good.
budget. Right. This is our outside budget.
Right.
Okay.
So, Mr. Walsh, when we're looking at the electricity on 536, we're looking at the electricity and heating. It says including Craftsman's Farms. That's really what I'm asking because it's affecting your budget. It looks like you have a large electric bill, but that does include Craftsman's Farms.
Just because it is part of our parks,
Right.
we do the electric bills for our parks.
Right.
So that falls under us.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's good to know, thank you. Very good.
So would we be able to get a budget as to what Craftsman's Farms is overall costing us on an annual basis?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, also see we have some items under capital, which would be on page 2 of 9 under capital.
Oh, okay. Now where's this coming out of here? This coming out of here. Oh. Okay, yeah.
Can you just give us a breakdown of those vehicles there, what the status, years, what year they are, or miles, or anything, just so we know?
Let's see. Letter B is a 2001 pickup truck that, again, we don't put many miles on our trucks because they don't normally go out of town,
Okay.
but we use them. This is one of our snowplow trucks too. And for a 13-year-old truck, it's going to be 14 years old, there's not much left to it. Most of our vehicles we hold on to probably one of the longest. We're one of the departments that hold on to them longest because we have the ability to repair them. But when they do become a worn out and/or a safety issue, we don't hold them anymore. And these now we're starting to see frame, rotting frames and stuff that affects the integrity of the vehicle.
And how about line item D there? It's a Ford Transit van?
Correct. That's going to replace a 2002 pickup, which we use for basically we use it to go around and clean up the bathrooms in the parks and,
Okay.
and do that kind of maintenance. By using you evolve after a while. And to have supplies in an open pickup truck, on rainy days or whatever, they're putting it in a cab. By using this van, it's a smaller van, it's not a humongous vehicle, we can stock it with the stuff that we need so that they don't have to stop as often at different places to fill up. They can go and get most of their stuff done and be a little bit more efficient at it. And this would replace a 2002 pickup.
Okay, and your forklift, what do you have there now in place? Do you have a forklift that's,
We have a 1982 forklift that I went down many, many years ago to Newark, picked up. We refurbished it once, and it's done. We're looking, we're, you know, again, when you evolve, we started with this forklift because it was mainly for inside and, you know, on paved surfaces. To replace this forklift, we're looking at one that will allow us to, you know, utilize it on not necessarily paved surfaces, but around our shop where we get stuck with this one.
more multifunctional?
Yes.
Okay.
Letter C, I believe we did something like that in the past. We actually saved part of a vehicle, it saves us money.
Yes. Again, this is it's one of our older trucks. It was a bucket truck at one point in time. We replaced the bucket truck when the bucket went bad. We bought a whole unit. This one, we put a hook lift system on, again, utilize the chassis itself. It's now come time where it's worn out because it does carry a lot of heavy loads. What we're looking at is a cabin chassis, and taking that hook lift system and mounting it back on a new cabin chassis.
Okay.
Again, this is 1999, and
So instead of buying a whole new one,
we're not
Save
buying a
money.
whole system,
Right.
because the system itself is not all that old. And we have the ability to do it in-house, so we're saving the money as to sending it out and having somebody do it.
Mr. Walsh, just a question. If you are purchasing the cabin chassis, do you get to choose the brand name, like a white versus an international brand? Or you have to go under those guidelines for state contracts?
No, we spec out, and we look at a lot of different ways of doing this. If there's not something on state contract that will fit, and again, because it's a hook-all system, it's got to have a specific characteristic and specifications for cab to
Right.
axle. Most of the time now, we do spec the truck out.
Okay.
And again, it's a I don't want to say generic spec, but it's not particularly driven to a specific vendor or specific. It could be international, it could be white. It's whatever fits into our specs the best.
Right. Talking about specs, we had talked about the forklift. Would you say that we could purchase, in lieu of that, a skid steer and purchase the additional pieces that can go onto it, like the forks?
Well, skid steers is mainly for outside use.
Right.
The forklift, we would be doing we do use it inside.
Mainly your warehouse?
So, right, so again, you know, it would probably be a propane or something along that line.
Right.
As opposed to a gas or, you know, something that is not necessarily made for inside.
I see, okay.
Okay, any other questions on capital?
Yeah, I do. Still on the sheet here, I see that this is a large number, and correct me if I'm wrong here, this should be underneath your item here, for the Smithfield Park expansion. You have recreation, but it's under, so we're not going to discuss that today?
No, that's for
Okay.
previous years.
Okay, I thought maybe you would deal with that.
That's last year's.
Okay.
That's under last year's adopted.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work, thank you.
Okay. Entertain a motion to open up the public hearing for Parks and Forestry, budget only.
Make a motion.
Motion made by Mr. Stanton,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Paluso. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero,
Yes.
Mr. Paluso,
Yes.
Mr. Stanton?
Yes.
Mr. Valori?
Yes.
Mr. Karifi?
Yes.
2 minutes. 181.
I don't know if that mic is on.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Bring it closer.
Jonathan Nelson, 202 Patriots Road. I see a couple of capital improvements in Parks and Forestry. One is a sewer line installation at Volunteers Park. And And then there's the picnic pavilion at Manor Park. And then there's the paving of the basketball court at Hills of Troy Park and pathways at Lake Parsippany and Volunteers Park. Jasmine, you're going to call me a dork, but May 14th, 2012, at a council meeting, it was asked of the township attorney if open space money can be used in parks that were not purchased or owned with open space trust fund money or that are currently owned by the township. And John Inglesino said no. And it's reflected in the minutes of the meeting of that night. Volunteers Park, although the township obviously maintains it, is still owned by the Board of Ed. And I remember that evening specifically that John said that we cannot use open space trust fund money.
You're right.
Okay?
You're right.
And this is a sewer line installation. Why doesn't the sewer department why doesn't it just go into that budget?
Good.
All right. Manor Park, I think, I guess Mike would know, I think Manor Park predates the Open Space Trust Fund. That park's been around for a very long time. Hills of Troy Park and Lake Parsippany Park, again, I think that those two parks predate the Open Space Trust Fund.
Was that before the ordinance was revised? Before we amended the ordinance?
No, this was the night that it was approved, because it was asked, if as approved, would we be able to use the Open Space Trust money?
Volunteers Park, you're right about that. That would be similar to the Fields of Dream.
Right, it would be the same principle, but he also, but John also said that night that if we didn't purchase the park with either Green Acres money or Open Space Trust Fund, then you couldn't use the Open Space Trust Fund money to do improvements on those parks.
That doesn't sound right to me, but I can check. That doesn't make
No, it
sense to me.
doesn't sound right to me either.
And the Volunteers one, without a doubt. You can't use Open Space Trust Fund money in that.
Volunteers Park, you're correct, because we do not own it.
Right.
But all the others, we own. Whether we purchase it with open space money or we purchase it by bonding, we own it. So we can use open space money.
All right, so concerning you said the sewer line?
Well, yeah, the sewer, anything with Volunteers Park, I'm pretty sure that we can't use Open Space Trust Fund money. I mean, you could bond for it, of course, but it would just have to come out of a different line.
Out of current capital.
Out of the current capital.
Yeah.
And could you do me a favor before, well, obviously, you're not going to approve the budget tonight.
So
I'm going to assume that they're not going to approve the budget tonight. Could you just double check with the attorney just to make sure that we can bond or charge these improvements to the Open Space Trust account?
You're saying it was done, right? He said that it was stopped.
It was May 14th. That was the night.
So Jasmine,
Any other questions?
so if that money has to be
May I-
reallocated somewhere else,
May
then
14th.
do you have any suggestions where to get that money from?
The
For the sewer?
Any Volunteers Park, well, the Volunteers Park sewer line, we can charge to the sewer capital. And the others, we would have to pay for it out of current capital.
Okay, so we have to make how much money are we talking about total?
Well, there's, when any of these dollar amounts, if we bond for it, then it's the 5% down payment that goes into the budget.
Okay, so how much total do we might have to bond for?
About $10,000 if you add them all up.
For these items in
Yeah,
particular?
for those items. What's the total cost? Just so we don't lose track of what's going on.
Is it the 140 and the 10 or no?
For down payment, it's like it's like 190.
It's like 10,000.
Yeah,
That's
it's about
for
10,000.
Yeah, the
10,000.
down payment on the 140 would be $7,000.
Okay,
Yeah, and then there's an additional 40.
Right. Okay, an additional 40
for the 40,000?
for Manor. Okay.
Just food for thought. Volunteers Park is owned by the school board and releases for $1 a year, 20-year increments. The school board building is owned by the township, and they leased it for us for $1 a year for 20-year increments. Years ago, I tried to make the swap, give us the park So it gets rid of this messiness, you know, of not being able to do what we need to do with that park and then with the school, with the other building. Just transfer the two. The two school board members that were adamantly against that are gone. So maybe
Try again.
maybe we should try again to do that swap, you know, and I have no problem with a deed restriction so that we can never develop, you know, Volunteers Park. We don't intend to anyway, you know, and then they can do whatever they want with the building that we own.
Yeah, but the problem is if there's a deed restriction, the deed restriction will probably say you can't smoke cigars in the Volunteers Park.
Oh, that's a problem. That would be a problem.
I just had one more question and I forgot what it was.
You can ask it later.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It wasn't a big deal.
Okay, anyone else?
Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, see no one else come forward. Entertain a motion.
I want to ask you, Elizabeth.
Go
ahead.
I can ask you from here, right?
No, you have to come
Yeah,
up.
go sign in.
I don't want to.
Plus,
I got
yeah.
voted out, I don't want to make it any worse. All right, I'll sign them when I'm done. How is the rock shelter doing with the graffiti? I showed up there one time, I cleaned up the area, but there was graffiti on the rocks. Has that been taken care of? Parsippany Rock Shelter?
We did take what graffiti we could get off of it via pressure washer and some graffiti remover. I'm sorry, graffiti.
Okay, good.
Again, and we did remove some of the trees that were up there and straightened it up some. But again, it could be, you know,
What
It's
is
what
is
the-
this the petroglyphs?
the petroglyph site. Yeah, there was some on the back side of it. The kids were hanging out in there. We did what we could as far as removing the graffiti without disturbing, you know, the rock itself.
There's 27 employees. What separates an employee in your workforce from the forest and the parks? Or are they both combined? Is there any special qualification to work for the forest side as opposed to an ordinary park side?
Most of my employees are cross-trained. We do have some that are strictly forestry or tree climbers, as I call them, because they do primarily bucket work and the aerial work, the tree work.
I notice sometimes on the Knoll Golf Course, I see guys working there with tractors and stuff, and they appear to be from the park department. Is that true? How much time does the forestry and park employees spend working on the Knoll Golf Course?
Other than chasing geese, very little. The Knoll has their own department. So the employees you see are from the Knoll.
Probably the exceptions, that might have been the hurricane, right? I think you helped up there.
Yeah, we did.
During the
help them.
hurricane.
Right.
And does your department at all extend any of the workforce into the Green Acres or the river-sensitive areas that are in Parsippany or Beacon Hill? Is there any field assessments by supervisors when they come into an area? Like Beacon Hill, you have the swings and then you have the hill, you have the lookout. Do they assess the whole area? Is there any like field assessments, like in a National Park Service? It would be, they're supposed to be anyway, field assessments to look for impacts and to try to alleviate impacts or to try to put some attention in some fashion or form to prevent or at least alleviate impacts. Does any of that take place in our parks department?
Other than, well, Beacon Hill, for example, we don't go on a regular basis and check the trails. They are done by the Morris Trails Conservancy through the county park system, I believe. It's a group of volunteers that go out and they check the trails for us.
And does your department, have they ever, or would they consider a concurrent program, say with the Fish and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, for example, to eradicate Japanese knotweed and maybe in a part of the town for a project. In Bloomfield, New Jersey, they had a place called Clark's Pond, and they turned it into a wildlife area, and they used it for an experiment to alleviate Japanese knotweed. They used a, what do you call it, a biocide, because the water, of course, in Clark's Pond, you can't drink it. They actually alleviated the Japanese knotweed in a couple of acres in Bloomfield. It actually went away. Most people don't even know what Japanese knotweed is. But to have something like that, you would enhance the department and provide even further the education of the citizens into their own parks and forestry and what's taking place in the environment. I don't know if that would be possible in Parsippany.
It depends on what it would require. I mean, we do have people, myself included, that are licensed for herbicides, but not for aquatics. That's a specific license. So if the Fish and Wildlife wanted to come in and do something, they might be able to do that if they had the proper qualifications and there was a need for it.
All right. Can't think of anything else here. And you guys do help out, and I noticed during the 4th of July and everything, you guys are hanging flags and Christmas wreaths and all that. So
We don't do just grass cutting and trees. We do anything that has to be done.
oh yeah, and one final question. When somebody gets a fee to play ball in a park, an organized team or a group of people, and they pay the fee, is there a follow-up? They walk off that field and that field is trashed. Is it like an assessment before and after? Are they either made to come back and clean up or given a fine to?
Well, they're not made to come back and clean up because most of the time they're gone. We do go out and clean it up. We do make notes of it. We pass it on to the recreation department. And if it's that bad, they won't get another permit to use our facilities.
All right, okay. All right, thank you.
Great job. Go ahead.
If I could just make the request, can everyone please speak into the mic, even though everyone can hear you, because when you speak into the mic, the audio system can pick up your voice.
Yeah, I'm sorry, if I can also make a request too. It's very difficult to keep time for everyone, when we're answering the questions for our residents. So I just want to respect that they get enough time to, get their questions addressed. I've been starting and stopping the clock, but, if we can just hold the answers to the end, that would help us a little bit. Thank you.
Pat Patacha, 182 Hawkins Avenue. I'm just really concerned with the expenditures under the Open Space Trust Fund, especially the project at Smith Field.
That's 2013, it's not 2014. That's under last year, it's not this year's.
That went through last year?
Yes. That's 2013,
Why is it showing on?
because they show
They show both? Okay.
all that's 2013 going straight down.
Wow, I did not catch that last year. That was sad. Okay, everything else. Now, I still have a problem with a lot of the things being done on the open space, like the walkways and that kind of stuff, the cracks and stuff. I know they have to be taken care of, but the fact of the matter is, how do they have to be taken care of? Is it through the open space or not through open space? Should it be coming from the general funds? Open space, when you change that ordinance, I still have a problem with it, and I was still going to bring it to your attention coming after the budgets. I still believe it's wrong. The state specifically states maintenance is not covered. To do cracks, things like that, that's maintenance in my book. I would seriously hope that you really look into all the stuff being done with the open space money. Make sure it's being used correctly and for what it is specific for. Okay, it needs to be addressed. That open space ordinance as it stands today still is questionable, in my opinion, and in other people's opinions. There are things that are wrong with it still. So I think we have to step very lightly when using open space money. And I'd like to know if open space committee was involved in any of these decisions or anything like that, okay? Because we have a listing of open space and what's supposed to be done with that money. And just a total of how much exactly are we using in open space money for all the projects this year in entirety? Just how much do you plan on hitting the open space? How much does open space have in it, first of all?
Roughly about 5.4 million.
Thank you very much. And then with all the things planned for this year, how much is that total? How much is that total that we'll be using?
Again, if we can answer these questions at the end, I appreciate it.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
That's okay.
About $190,000.
But we're also paying debt service through the Open Space Trust Fund. And the council hasn't yet allocated any of the historic preservation pot out yet, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Okay, see no one else come forward. Entertain a motion to close public hearing for Parks and Forestry budget only.
To make a motion.
Motion made by Mr. Valori.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Stanton. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero,
Yes.
Mr. Paluso,
Yes.
Mr. Stanton?
Yes.
Mr. Valori?
Yes.
Mr. Karifi?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you, Mr.
Walsh.
Walsh.
And
Thank
great
you.
job on cross-training. I really like that. Thank you very much.
Okay, public buildings. Okay, any questions on salary and wage budget summary? It's division number 140. Okay, moving on to other expenses.
Okay. This book's gotta go.
Any questions on other expenses?
Just give us a minute there.
For public buildings. Okay. Okay, on to capital. Code 525,
I don't think we have anything. Oh, yeah.
page 1 of 9. Division 140. Any questions under capital?
Can you just explain the upgrade email system for 68,000?
That's actually, I guess, Dave Miller, and I don't know if you want to jump in, Jasmine, but
I know it's a new server that, the one that we're using now is pretty old, and it's
it's
close
about
to.
9 years old. Yeah,
it's-
he said normally they replace them every, like, somewhere like 4 to 5, 6 years, and I think we're somewhere around 9 years. I actually just spoke with him today about that, but it's to, go with a new system. He's been basically holding this thing together. It's a running joke we have with elastic bands and glue, but it's definitely beyond what, a company would have normally replaced this by now.
Right, normally servers, from what I've seen, is usually about 5 years. They come off a warranty after 3, so usually try to run them a couple more years. The other thing I know about with this, because I was talking to Dave, is it also allows for more archiving of the records and easier retention and retrieval. Thank you, that's the word I was looking for. So, because that was one of the things that I was talking about on some of the Oprah requests that we receive, is the way you retrieve it isn't really that simple.
I have a question for you. I see here in this, and these spreadsheets are a little bit confusing here.
Oh, no, that's not him.
Okay, it's not him for the portable generator for PAL? Do you deal with that? Okay, it's underneath this category here.
That was
That's
last
for
year's budget.
13.
That was under last year.
Under last year's, okay.
We're actually, we're working on that right now with an electrical engineer, with Joe Janarone. We're working on a spec on that right now.
It's a portable generator that we could move to the PAO or to the community center.
Oh, that's for us to provide a service to folks that are out of the house?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's for
that's what I was-
it's for sheltering.
Okay.
Yes.
I was going to ask you further questions on it anyway. Okay, now I understand. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to open up the public hearing for public buildings budget only.
A motion.
Motion made by Mr. Paluso, seconded by Mr. Stanton. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero,
Yes.
Mr. Paluso,
Yes.
Mr. Stanton,
Yes.
Mr. Valori,
Yes.
Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
I don't have to sign in again, right? I don't think Mike's going to be able to answer this question. Do you plan on bringing Dave Miller to any of the budget hearings, or probably not?
I was planning to.
Okay. A lot of the computers, just my experience from walking around town hall, it's a lot of older computers, and we saw in the news that what is it called, Windows XP is going to be no more support. I see you have budgeted $1,000 for technology upgrade. Is that part of it? Because
That's the normal amount budgeted every year, just for
Where are you looking, Jonathan?
261.
261.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm not sure how many computers are still using the antiquated system, but I would assume that Dave wants to update that this year.
And some of the PCs are budgeted within each department. So, for example, in admin, there's a computer budgeted. I know, Joe, you have several.
Yeah, what I have is, I've got 3 computers in my office operating off XP. So when we talk about the capital budget for finance, I've included that in.
Okay.
And I'll take it to one more step, is the way Microsoft is now doing their Office, there's not as much backwards compatibility as there used to be. So if you wrote something in Excel 2003 and you're using Excel 2010, doesn't work.
Really?
Yeah, I get to have fun because then I get to rewrite macros.
Right. Okay, so I just don't see enough money in the budget for that because you're probably going to have to address that sometime this year. The other thing is with the email system, $68,000 for an email server is really, really high. I'm a big advocate for it. I mentioned it to Dave before. It's something, Joe, if you can talk to Dave, and Mike, you can talk to Dave. There are email servers that are completely compliant with local governments that could be cloud-based email servers. The retrieval is there, and you don't have to worry about maintaining it. I know we
I just got to debate you on that. As far as cloud-based technology, there's still a question out there of who owns the rights to it, and then the other portion becomes, can they market those rights?
Absolutely not.
So,
in fact,
as a side on that, I would not want to go near cloud.
Washington, D.C., San Francisco are just two cities, to name a few, that have gone that direction, and they own the emails, and the companies that are serving, I believe it's Google they're using, they have no access to it, and they're dedicated servers that only the municipality has access to. And the way it works is they charge per user per year, and it's a tiny cost. I think it's like $25 per user per year.
I mean, the one that I've seen that is always being talked about is Office 365.
Yeah.
And when you do that, the cost becomes very prohibitive. I can tell you that's one of the things I've seen. I haven't looked at Google.
Yeah,
I do know I have a Gmail account, and Gmail accounts have been hacked. Luckily, my password, they'll never hack me, but they have been hacked. And now that I said that, somebody will.
All right. That's it. $68,000 for an email server. I mean, it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple stuff. It seems awfully high. But if you can, if you could just find out like what kind of system that is that they're going to be purchasing.
Because I'm pretty sure what it is if you're doing this and you're converting to Office 2010 and Outlook 2010, you also have to purchase those licensing on the actual server itself. So I believe it's going to be inclusive of the software.
I know that you was talking about Office 365.
Right. If you.
I know that I have at home 365, and the next thing I know, I couldn't get into it because you got to renew it every year.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I believe with what Dave's talking about doing. It's actually purchasing a new license for the increased Outlook also. So when you're doing that with the server and everything, if you're running, I could tell you I've seen spots still run Outlook 2003. If you have Outlook 2007, there's, I'm trying to think of the name, sorry, it's a little late. Contact Manager, it doesn't work because there's no rule hooks into the server. Like I said, I'm a little bit of a computer geek, but not a programmer.
The mayor's right though. All the companies are going towards a licensing system, so it's just a matter of time before the township is going to be paying a licensing fee for each user, annually. And actually, that might not be a bad thing because at least you'll have one system across the board. Because I see here you're using antiquated operating systems and modern ones at the same time. So,
Just point of thought here is I think that if we have, obviously we still have some questions to bring the tech guy here, Dave, to answer some of these questions, because $68,000 is a lot of money, and why don't we just get a little bit more informed on what we're going to be purchasing? If we're going to have the meeting on Thursday, can we discuss it further with him, or?
I'll find out if he's available.
Okay.
all right, thank you.
I would be interested in hearing from him just to say,
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
general, what direction we're going, how he sees the township moving.
With technology,
in
absolutely.
technology upgrades.
Absolutely.
Now, is there a plan, number one?
That's-
No, and what is the plan? Where are we moving towards?
Actually, you're absolutely right. Because if we're spending $68,000 on an email server today, how long is that going to be good for? Is that going to be obsolete in 2 years, and we have to, and then we decide to go cloud-based?
It'll be obsolete in 5, according to what we just heard.
And then if he's that good, maybe you could do our website also.
Yeah, I would actually like to ask him a few questions.
Thank you.
I knew it was coming.
Just a quick question. when I used to send an email to the town, I would get a copy back with the town of Parsippany, and an exact replica, not a reply from anyone, but a copy of what I sent. It would come automatically in my email. That doesn't happen anymore. And if you put it on you go to Microsoft Word and you copy and paste, you could apply it to the town site. If you type something in the town site and you try to copy, you can't copy, you paste, it's erased. But before I would get the copy back. Now I don't get any copy back. I don't know where you guys X me out or what.
Just state your name. Wait,
Once you send 1,000
just state your name,
emails,
just so we have that. Just state your name, so we have that on record.
Nick Homyak. Homyak Nick.
Your address?
Yeah, 26 on Ida, and yeah, I got a problem with the email.
Okay, all right. So we'll have to look into
I
that.
don't get any, is it supposed to work today?
What email platform are you using?
Your website.
No, but for your own personal
I
that
have
you're saying.
Wi-Fi, the same system.
No, as far as, are you using
What's your email
Google,
ad?
Yahoo,
Google,
Outlook?
AOL.
Yahoo.
Do you, under the
I always
settings,
forget. I look and I forget.
under the settings, do you have read receipts that you request? Because I know for the longest time, oh, through the website? Okay, I
Yeah,
didn't realize.
through the website, but before I got a reply back in my regular email of what I sent. So if I wanted to keep a record of what I sent, now I don't get any reply at all. I send it, it goes, I guess somebody's getting it, but I have no way of knowing. The copy, I guess, was like a courtesy to anyone who emailed the site from me. It's not working. I don't know if it's just me or.
Can we
We'll find out for you.
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so no one else come forward to entertain a motion?
Make a motion.
Close the public portion. Motion made by Mr. Stanton,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Valori. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Paluso?
Yes.
Mr. Stanton?
Yes.
Mr. Valori?
Yes.
Mr. Karifi?
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Hardy. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Okay, next will be the Department of Human Services. Okay, it'll be, which will include the Office of Health, Office of Social Services, Child Daycare Center, Ambulance Services, First Aid Organizations.
Hello, Mike.
Thank you.
And please make sure you speak into the mic.
Tell me I said hello. Tell me I said hello too. Thank you.
Okay, any questions on salary and wage budget summary?
I like these folders.
Dean did the folders, mine is just the white document. I have them in order. The last year I messed up.
I know.
I yelled at him.
Nice and organized here. Yeah. Thank you, Bob.
You don't have to read these now, but this is just so you know what we do. Read this one.
Oh.
We just try to put together some information that you can look at after the meeting. If you have any questions, you can call us or look at it now if you wanted to. Ready.
It's 4:30. Pat?
Before we get started on the budget, I have a general question for you. Some lady was writing in complaining about the ambulance running. I'm sure you.
Idling?
Yeah. Yeah. What was the response back to her?
There's been quite a few responses back and forth with the DEP and ourselves, and we've come up with the best practices that we sent to the DEP, and they have approved, and we are adhering to those guidelines.
Is the reason for the engine running because they don't have a garage to put the ambulance in?
Part of the reason, yes.
And we were talking about at some point using the historic site at Baldwin Road. Is that still something that's being planned?
It's not in the budget. It's not in the budget.
And we
It's not
can't
in the
because it
budget.
was bought with open space money.
We have to raise the
Because if
door.
they have to keep that ambulance running in all winter long, just so that patients don't go in there and get a cold rear end, you know, it's wearing out the ambulances unnecessarily.
Can we,
if I
when
may.
when we get to that, because we'll both discuss that further.
Okay.
If I may add real quick, I believe that's only during certain hours, and the reason that those ambulances are positioned in certain areas of town is during traffic, which they'll talk about, which rush hours, early in the morning. And so this way, there's one on one side of town, one on the other, so that they can respond and not get stuck in traffic. And the ambulance needs to be kept at a certain temperature, but I'll let them address that when we get to it.
I think we're going to start with health, 4:30?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. That's Carlo DeLuzio and Southwold.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay. Any questions on salary and wage?
No questions.
Okay, any questions on other expenses, budget requests?
Object code 536?
536?
Or cell phones.
Yes. Big jump. What happened?
It really isn't a big jump. We put it in one line item now. That's for all the same people. It's for 3 drivers, 2 inspectors, and myself. So Office on Aging had 2, and then Health had,
All right, so you lumped it into one account code?
yeah, we just lumped it, because I
Okay.
get one, but it's easier when I do the billing, just to pay it out of
Okay.
that. Yeah, because we did switch to Verizon, so we're all doing our own.
Verizon's more expensive also.
It's better service.
Yes, it's much
Yes.
better
We
service,
had no
as far as I'm
service during
concerned.
hurricane seasons.
Sure. Barbara, can you explain the shared services agreement under 536 for $65,000?
That is what we pay to East Hanover for Carlo DeLizia. Carlo started out in public health with us years and years ago as a inspector. He became how many years ago? 20. He became a health officer and left us for East Hanover. And when Wayne Cron retired, we loved Carlo so much and we really wanted to woo him back, and we decided to talk to East Hanover along with other towns about sharing services. And Carlo does East Hanover, Roseland, and Parsippany. And if you think he, is doing 3 towns, he spends quite a few hours, more than he should, at Parsippany. We're in constant contact, morning, noon, and night. Does a fabulous job for this township. When he came on, Hurricane Irene hit, and then Hurricane Sandy hit. And if I didn't have his expertise here for the town, I don't know what we would have done. It was just, he's a fabulous addition to this town.
Great, thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Okay, any other questions on Office of Health? Okay, moving on to Office of Social Services, salary and wage, budget summary.
This is the social service staff, Office on Aging staff that is in the community center.
Okay, any questions on other expenses, budget requests?
That drop-in center, $2,000, yes, that is coffee for the seniors. And I do go over that budget quite a bit.
No problem here.
Because if I have to go in tomorrow and tell them the coffee pot's out.
Can't do that.
Oh, my goodness.
Barbara, can you help me understand object code 240 on page 101?
Yeah, it's that right here.
Child daycare
Reading
center,
it. We're not on that.
48,000.
We're not
Not
there
there
yet.
yet.
Okay.
Okay, see no questions on other expenses, budget requests. Okay, now we'll move on to the Child Care Center. Mr. Peluso?
I'll respond. It's under Human Services, but it's just, there's no place else to put it, so we put it under Human Services. We've been making contributions to the Parsippany Daycare Center since they were first founded. They were founded by the township, and because of that, there's special legislation that allows municipalities to fund certain agencies, and the daycare center is one of those.
Do we own the building or the property?
We own the building.
We own the building. Is that the only expenditure we have for child daycare?
Aside from the some of the maintenance expenses,
Do you know how much the maintenance expenses are?
no. It just depends on what happens to come up. Once in a while, you'll see it in under capital. There'll be a capital expense. I think last year we may have had
You got a roof.
air conditioners, or
Did they get a roof?
was it the roof? Yes, they did get a new roof.
And this is a nonprofit group?
Yes,
So we own the building, they don't pay rent to us for the building, right?
no,
That's forgiven.
yes,
Do we fund any other child care centers in Parsippany?
no,
Any churches that have child care centers?
no.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Moving on to ambulance services. Salary and wage, budget summary.
Just a quick question, the need to go from 5 to 7 full-time?
We actually have 6 full-time right now, because Dean is a full-time included in that. And we are requesting for one of our part-timers to go full-time. When Obamacare kicked in, our part-timers can only work no more than 24 hours a week. So that's 2 shifts. So it was great for a part-timer because they could pick up 3 shifts in 1 week or whatever. And then as of July, is it July? We had to stop that, guys? Obamacare?
It actually isn't. I think it's not even in effect yet. Maybe it came into effect. It's effective this January.
This January. So they can't work more than the 24 hours per week?
Well, it's really 30 hours, but the way that
So
you're
the way we
staffing,
are, it's
they do 12-hour shifts, so
12-hour
it can,
shifts.
yeah.
So that's 2 shifts. Oh, okay.
And just regarding the working 24 hours or 2 shifts, obviously you gentlemen especially can appreciate with the shift work, there's always potential you're going to get held late, you need to come in early. So it kind of leaves a buffer zone on the days they're assigned so that we have that 6 hours to play with so we don't violate any rules and regulations pertaining to that. So we put their max at 12 hours per day, with the potential incidental for 24-hour shifts in terms of scheduling. And regarding that other full-timer, that actually would bring us up to, I'd say, the proper staffing with both of the ambulances on, because as everybody knows, we've been working with a lot of full part-timers, but still having to put out the same expense for safety equipment, uniforms and whatnot. So it kind of puts us in a little better spot now to not have those other items being given out to more employees to bring on, since we'll have a full-timer that can work those full-time hours.
Dean, if I may ask, I see you're going from 5 to 7. I know I'm jumping one page ahead, but I'm trying to understand who the employee is that's part-time going to full-time. Is that John?
We're not sure yet because
Sure.
there's actually 2 that were hired around the same time that will be eligible for that, so
Right.
we'll actually interview them.
And one resigned?
What?
And one resigned?
No. Which one do you mean, John?
I see resigned emergency medical tech, Michael Puskas.
Oh, he became a police officer.
He became a police officer, okay.
But we will have 7. We have 6 full-timers right now, and we will have 7.
Right.
Prove it. So it's only going up 1.
Dean, I heard, through the years that you're on the road also as a paramedic. You still continue to be on the road as well, addressing calls?
For myself and anybody else who's certified as a paramedic in the state, we have to maintain employment elsewhere to keep our paramedic certification current. That's a state regulation. So I do that separately at another agency, not obviously on Parsippany time. I'm per diem there. In regards to on the road here, yes, I do by default fill a lot of scheduling gaps, and technically my position when it did come up when I was hired for it back in 2005 was budgeted as an off-the-road position. Obviously, I'm not saying I'm too good to get on the ambulance. Please don't take it like that. But yes, there are times when, due to our staffing being what it has been over the last couple of years, again, being respectful to the needs of the town financially, it's been a little difficult to get some of the inside work, if you will, done with being on the ambulance, because obviously getting to the calls is the priority.
Well, I commend you on your work ethic because, I appreciate that you're on the road, you're not behind a desk, you're actually serving our community daily. So, thank you. Keep up the good work on that.
I drive the ambulance to be repaired all the way up to Flanders. You should say anything about
Barbara,
that.
great job as well. Thank you for keeping our community safe and healthy.
Any questions on other expenses, budget requests?
What's the $1,800 for rent?
We now, because of idling situations and trying to be on the other side of town at certain times, whatever, graciously, District 1 last year said, come up and see if this would work out for you to be up here at certain times, whatever. And it has. You could probably explain a little better. And they let us have use of the firehouse. So we have come to a little agreement that we would pay them $150 a month for using their firehouse.
So just to elaborate on that, because I know there's some people in the room that probably have some questions, would like some clarification. Not a problem, happy to do it. Basically, what we've established is that nobody in this room is immune to the fact that this town is gridlocked starting around 6:45 and going till 10 a.m. now, especially with the construction 202 and 80. By default, Route 10's got a lot of residual plus its own needs that it has every day. So that's where some of the idling issues come into play, because we've established the busier times of day and need for good response times. So we have both ambulances posted out, if you will. We utilize how the town has the police department sections broken up. They call them sections 1 through 5. So basically what we do is EMS 1 is the downtown ambulance. They cover police half of section 3 and down to the Montville line, to the East Hanover line, so to speak. EMS 2 covers the other side up through Powder Mill, and obviously they crisscross as the need arises based on call volume. Obviously, if there's a critical call, we're going to use, depending on what the call is, supplies that may need to be replenished. Some may be able to be replenished in a couple hours. So what I identified in our response times after going through paperwork, through the charting, was that one of our biggest issues is that if that uptown truck, so like we'll call it the Powder Mill truck for argument's sake, had a critical patient, maybe a couple calls back to back, wasn't able to get back over to get restocked, or maybe they ran out of oxygen because they had a couple sick patients, which the other morning, that was the deal. They had 3 respiratory calls right out of the gate and, needed oxygen. So what my thought was, even though we do post, if you will, during those critical hours, we also need something on the opposite side of town so that they have a place to complete some of their paperwork, attach some of the files that they can't complete on the laptop in the ambulance, as well as, use the men's room, use the ladies' room, and restock and also wash the ambulance, as opposed to trying to take it to the car wash or causing ice in front of the community center, and that's a whole nother realm of issues. So District 1's firehouse at Powder Mill kind of seemed to be the responsible spot, because it's not as busy of a station, but it also maintained the opposite side of town to maintain our response times, and gave an option to have the crew on that side of town during downtime or during needs to restock versus coming all the way over to the community center. It's not perfect, it's not foolproof, but it's working with what we can at this point, and to me, it's a step towards progress after almost 12 years of service. We actually have an ambulance that's on the other side of town, in terms of posting versus, it wasn't always like that. So if there's a better way, believe me, I'm open to suggestions, but for right now, it seems to be what we got. And District 1 has been very helpful with working with us, and that number literally came from them looking at how much more electricity they used, paper towels, stuff like that. And when I tell you in terms of amenities, because we've been in and out of there, not because of us, but I guess it kind of lit the fire to do it. The fire association or fire district, they did some basic renovations, new paint, floor. The town's getting what they're paying for. But again, I respect the fact that it is a cost outlay.
It's great you're working together. Great.
Capital. Any other questions? Let's go into capital.
Page 9.
Thank you.
Well, actually, you have some on page under public buildings. We already looked at that.
Okay.
You
What's
do.
that? What
Right,
page?
Page 9.
Page 9, right?
Do these ambulances have running time clocks as opposed to just an odometer?
It depends on the model and depends on the age. A couple of them do. The one that, our oldest one, the mechanic was trying to get into it to see if he could find out how many exact hours run it, because the hour meters that are aftermarket from Ford, that there aren't Ford, but they're from the manufacturer of the ambulance, we've kind of noticed aren't always foolproof. Looks like maybe they kind of stopped working like a clock. But the newer vehicles all do. They have it all as part of the digital settings within the instrument cluster.
For anyone that doesn't know what the RescueNet road safety system, can you just explain that?
Sure. The RescueNet road safety system was developed by Zoll Technologies. They're one of the nation's manufacturers of cardiac heart monitors, as well as computer-aided dispatching systems for fire and EMS services. And one of the needs that they identified was that there are emergency vehicle accidents. Some of the statistics, if you were just to Google it, are alarming with regards to responses. Just like a lot of law enforcement have cameras to protect the officer and protect the public, it's been looked at on the fire and EMS side to say, maybe we're missing something overall. It's still the same responding in the streets, interacting with people, and what's the wear and tear on our vehicles. There was an accident in general, whose fault was it? Well, it was his fault. No, it was his fault. There's no witnesses. With the Zoll road safety system, it's a preventative as well as proactive system as well. So basically how the system would work, it gets installed in the vehicle. It has an integrated, almost like a black box theory, integrated camera with it that's forward facing and rear facing. With the technology how they have it developed out today, they recommend it all be monitored online because, let's face it, just like the lights can go off in the park with a cell phone, as an administrator I should be able to see what the ambulance is doing from my phone if the system was in place. So it would be integrated with a wireless system inside the vehicle, in this case the ambulance. And whoever's driving would have a key fob associated with that driver. Before they start the vehicle, they swipe the fob so we can identify who it is. The parameters would be set on the box, so if the vehicle is traveling too fast, it'll give them feedback, like almost like a ticking sound that, hey, you're going too fast, so slow down. So it gives them a warning. It'll give them another warning, and then if they don't adhere to that warning, it beeps, and at that point it's recording as an event, and whoever the administrator is, in this case would be me, Seth, or Barbara, we would get an email that there was an issue, and we could log in and look at that issue. God forbid there was a collision on the liability side for the town, we would know potentially at the scene if, obviously injuries or something else didn't prevent us, we could log into the system at the scene and say to the police officer on the scene, that car blew the red light, it's clear as day right here, the ambulance was stopped. Jersey City Medical Center was actually featured recently about 2 months ago now on CBS 2 News. They did a little documentary on it. It's on YouTube, or if you Google on the internet, you folks in your packet, I have the websites in there. They've gotten a lot of usage out of it. It's reduced their maintenance costs because, let's face it, the vehicles aren't being driven as hard because it's in the back of your mind, hey, listen, adhere to policy. And it's also helped them on the liability side with collisions because they've had real-time data to see what happened. The speed, was the ambulance stopped, were the emergency lights on, was the siren activated, who was driving the vehicle. And it also goes, like I said, on the proactive side, when they're not on an emergency, for backing up to make sure you have a spotter. They install a button somewhere, let's say under the license plate. You swipe your fob or push that button to acknowledge you're back there. A rear-facing camera would acknowledge you're behind the vehicle so that you don't hit anybody or damage the vehicle or, God forbid, drive over somebody. It's a steep cost, but I think it is a worthwhile capital expenditure. It's like anything else. It's not foolproof, but it most certainly is a very good system. It's a proven system. And like I said, anybody who just Googles Zoll road safety on a computer, you'll see just testimonials and you'll see it real time that it's something that definitely works.
Question for you. In regards to technology, because I've worked with your ambulance squad in the past when there was allegations when I was a police officer, and that technology works great for us, for our officers out on the scene. How long do you store the data for? So if there's a scene, somebody makes an allegation, how long do you store that for?
Per what the Zoll rep explained to me when they came out to do the demo, it's basically turns into almost a cloud service. So the data's there. You log in, put your time parameters to search, and that data's there available for you.
Okay, and do they store it for a year at a time, 2 years?
I believe we can request that at the time. I don't know that exact answer. I'd be happy to see if I can get you a more specific answer. But the way they explained it in the demo was that if I needed something from 9 o'clock on Tuesday or 9 o'clock on Tuesday from a year ago, I should be able to get that data.
And the only thing I would do is suggest is that you have some type of information stored for at least a year in case there's a civil allegation or criminal. You have that information stored.
We talked about that if this gets approved, obviously there are different parameters of our operating policies, which that being one of them, that have to be expanded out because this puts in a whole new realm of policy need on both the employee protection as well as township liability protection. So yes, absolutely, that's
and you're
one
really
of the
protecting everyone.
many things. So.
Thank
And
you.
I'll tell you that because I don't like to act like the big bully boss, all the guys and girls know that we're looking into this, and I've explained to them the proactive need for it to kind of get them on board so they understand it. And I will tell you, because of some of the issues that have happened in the past, the guys and girls that have been here, they're basically like, when are you putting the cameras in? And when we had our budget initial meeting with Jasmine and the mayor, one of the questions was potentially, could this be like a two-tiered, 2-year system of half the fleet now, half the fleet later? My answer was Murphy's Law is if they're not in that ambulance that has it today, something's going to happen. So if we're going to do it, I'd rather just do it. If we can't because of financial constraints, no problem. Maybe we can revisit it next year.
We had talked at a committee meeting, the liability standpoint of this. If this were to save the town just from one
Absolutely.
case alone.
Absolutely.
We talked about how in the police cars, with the cameras that we had, how many times that would save somebody from an allegation, a false allegation that was made against an officer. You go right to the tape, and there it is.
Absolutely.
So I think from a liability standpoint, that this could potentially save the town a lot of money.
Great tool.
God
This
forbid something
this
should
number
happen.
that's in our budget, just so everybody's clear, this would just be to do the ambulances assigned to Parsippany-Troy EMS. I have given the literature out to the volunteer squads. They are definitely interested in for it, as long as it doesn't come out of, I guess, their direct operating budget. So you'd have to speak to them about it if you wanted to expand it out. But this number that's in here would be to get the 4 vehicles assigned to Parsippany-Troy EMS completed. The price per vehicle wouldn't change, and I'm sure if the township came to them with a different, amount in terms of more vehicles to be done, whoever gets the bid, because obviously we would be working with Mike with that if this money gets approved. I can't see that. Hopefully there wouldn't be potentially some type of cost savings. And one of the nice things with Zoll, just from a standpoint of, okay, well, if you put it in a vehicle now and you have to get rid of the vehicle in a year or something catastrophic happens, when they do the install, they kind of do a train the trainer. So Eric, who's our Parks and Forestry mechanic, he would be trained on how to take this system and take it out of a vehicle as well as install it, so that the work's being done on our premises, not being subbed out and having to have more money come out of the operating budget if it happens, in the middle of July or something.
That's excellent.
Okay, great.
Excellent.
Thank you.
The
Thank
2
you.
ambulances you're purchasing, are they diesel or gas?
They would be diesel to match the F450 that we have now.
Do you have a choice? Gas or diesel?
We have a choice with working with the town mechanic. He's recommended that we stay with the F450 Ford diesel as the cabin chassis. The one we have now has served us very well so far. So that's where we were looking to spec that.
It just seems like you bought a couple of ambulances a few years ago. Maybe, how many years you getting on an ambulance? Is that because
We
they have to
had-
run all the time?
Well, not only is the running the issue, but anybody who drives by the community center at any given point, the 2 ambulances parked out front are usually the 2 primary vehicles for that week. And the oldest one, the 2006 67.3, if you get up close and personal with it, you'll see that it's not exactly in the best condition because of it, A, being the oldest vehicle, and B, just being outside. I mean, the paint is a wreck.
So the oldest
you know,
vehicle is
it's-
how old?
The oldest vehicle is a 2006.
2006. Okay.
And it's obviously it's historical data. We've basically requested an ambulance from Capital, at least one every other year. So basically on the even years is when we put in a request for a new vehicle for an ambulance, with the thought process of if it gets approved by the time it goes to bid, by the time the bid gets awarded, the vehicle has X amount of days to be built, take delivery, get it on the road. You're still looking at, up to 8 months to another year potentially from where we sit right here tonight.
Would you say, Dean, that the average lifespan of the ambulance is decreased because it's outside?
By default, I would say that, just because for the last couple, or actually the last, maybe 2 years, we've started to experience harsher winters again and really hot summers. One of the things that we've all been kind of talking about in the EMS community as a whole is that the summers really put a strain on us because our climate control systems historically in our vehicle in the Mid-Atlantic region are the standard AC heating system that we have here that they might have in Cape May, whereas in Florida or Arizona they have on a lot of the ambulances you'll see that they have the big camper top style air conditioners because of that demand for that heat, because they're used to a 100-degree day, whereas not here. And this year, or I should say this last summer for 2013, it was pretty much the open dialogue amongst all of us that we were seeing vehicles go down on a fairly regular basis because the AC systems were strained. So compound that on top of everything else, you could, with the diesel engines, they'll go forever, some of them, if it's not the Ford 6-liter, depending on the moment. But, sitting outside does take a toll on them. I can't give you a number as to how much, but I mean, from observation purposes, we have to watch that if there's any seal that's slightly breached in a cabinet, we're potentially getting water, and so that needs immediate attention. Yeah, if the trees are pollinating, our one oldest ambulance, they had a shadow on one side. You could barely see the Parsippany, and on the other side, it was still fine. So it just depends on the moment.
So you're replacing the 2 right now. One of them is a 2006, and what's the other one?
The other one's a 2008 that has just been it's been our little bit of our difficult vehicle. Ford has replaced an engine. The engine's having issues again, and we're going back and forth with Ford, them saying that there's not a problem with it. It's fine. You send it up there, it comes back. They might have done this. They might have changed that. Check this. We had the climate control system go completely bad in that last year. So really at this point, what our thought process was, at least request If one's awarded, great. If two are awarded, even better. And, you know, either way, once it comes down to it, we'll assess with the mechanic as each month goes on to see, you know, what he feels is the best one to be replaced should that opportunity present itself. But in terms of anticipation, it would be the two vehicles that are noted on there.
And do we plan on selling those two or trading them in for a value?
Either way. Either way. And last summer, we actually had to lease an ambulance almost the whole summer. A good part of the summer because of repairs.
Because of that particular one?
Well, those two. We had the engine blow on one, and then they call it Black Death on the other one, which was the whole cooling system.
Interesting.
Never seen that before, but
Yeah.
the mechanic had all the research on
found
it.
it, and he was like, yeah, it's going to be about $6,200.
So do we know what the residual value is that's going to be applied towards the 400,000?
No, not yet.
What it'll really honestly boil down to as we get closer, should the bid be awarded, you know, or the money be there, then the bid be awarded, because a lot of it's going to be based on what's the truck doing at that point. If we know we're getting two new vehicles and something catastrophic happens, obviously we're less apt to say, hey, you know, we're going to have to fix it to get by. But on the same hand, if we repair it to safely get by, you know, what's the value the day we say, okay, here you go, take the trade and we'll take the new vehicle. You know, it's hard to say what that number will be because mileage and wear and tear and stuff really is going to what would potentially hinder the resale value.
Is it worth keeping the 2008?
I don't think the 2008 is a complete lost cause, but you know, I can't anticipate what's going to happen with that engine and when's Ford going to decide they don't want to keep trying to fix it.
Trade-in value is not worth it. You might as well keep it and have a backup, so we don't have to get into a lease agreement again if something happens.
That would definitely be, I personally think, the most responsible thing to do. But you know, obviously, we don't want to be greedy with things. And on the same hand, too, like I said, in terms of which vehicle to keep, we kind of felt that once we got a little closer, if we're given the money by the township to get two new vehicles, kind of assess with the town mechanic, you know, which one would be anticipated to be the more cost prohibitive vehicle to keep.
When you talked before to Parks and Forestry about shared services, I don't know if you consider shared services with us, but if we didn't have Eric, that mechanic, I don't know what we would do. I mean, he fixes not only my vehicles, but those ambulances, and usually it's a daily thing with the ambulance. He comes in on Saturdays, Sundays. Both of us have called him like 10 o'clock at night and say, can you come in 6 o'clock in the morning because, you know, we have an issue. And it's just amazing what that mechanic can do.
Great.
That's good.
Is there any other service agreements that are shared right now? We mentioned the one with the multiple towns. We mentioned parks.
Oh, our health educator.
Health educator.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to talk about the revenue side, Barbara?
It's
How
in
much
your
of this
packet, but,
Yeah, I know, but I haven't,
Saw that.
we haven't had a chance to go through that packet.
I think it's your first line. Last year, we responded to 2,813 requests, and that became transporting 1,810 patients, and the total revenue last year, gross revenue, was $691,496.83.
So is that saying that the ambulance services is self-supporting? How
We're in
close?
the black.
You're in the black.
That's wonderful.
That's what I wanted to bring out. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right. At this time, entertain a motion to open up the public hearing for the Department of Human Services budget only.
Make a motion.
Motion made by Mr. Stanton,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Valori. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero,
Yes.
Mr. Paluso,
Yes.
Mr. Stanton,
Yes.
Mr. Valori,
Yes.
Mr. Karifi.
Yes. Again, if we could just answer the questions at the end.
Jonathan Nelson, 202 Patriots Road. $400,000 for two ambulances. I think it's probably time that you give them a place where they can put them at night, because there's no doubt, even though I'm not a mechanic, that keeping them inside overnight is going to increase the lifespan of these things. And these things are really expensive, and I can't imagine that a bay for these ambulances aren't needed. So my question to Dean is, do you think that it's necessary?
Absolutely necessary.
I think it would definitely be something we should potentially start exploring. I know it's one of the things that's been just by default push back a little bit, because I think that if we're going to look for a place to house them and potentially have to either modify or build something, we just need to make sure it's in a centrally located spot or somewhere that has good access to both 46 and Interstate 80. Just by default at this point, that'd probably be the best thing to do. But again, open to any suggestions, because inside it would be better.
And just the other question I had was, last year I remember there was a big discussion that there are a lot of calls over to Greystone. I didn't look at that, but I'm sure that it's no different this year.
No, it is different. It's increased quite a bit.
Yeah.
So it's even worse than it was last year.
This year was 125.
Wow.
Is that because all the activity up there at the park now, the county park? Is that because of more of activity up there?
No, it's for the patients.
Oh, for the patients? Okay.
So, I mean, Parsippany, it's costing Parsippany a lot to go up there.
And that's just us. It's not Par 65 at night.
I was going to say that next, yeah.
So it's probably double that amount.
Are we reimbursed for that, Barbara?
Those are usually Medicaid patients, so we get the Medicaid rate, which I think is $65. Pays for the gas.
Yeah. If that.
Thank you.
I mean, look at the response. I mean, yeah, the Greystone's in Parsippany, so that we have a responsibility for going up there. But to use the governor's term, it really gets me sauced when Morris Plains thinks that whole Greystone area is in their township, but we're footing the bill over there.
And it's time consuming. I know Dean
Very
doesn't want to hear
time-consuming.
it, but by the time the ambulance gets there and then you're at wherever and they have to let you in and get to the patient, find a doctor to release that patient, you know, that takes a good hour sometimes to get, and that's taking that away from.
You're bringing up a good point. Is there anything, I mean, maybe the mayor might know, is there anything that we could possibly work out with Greystone to be more fair to, you know?
I've been discussing this with the county, get that whole center done and everything.
Okay.
This was back in 2011. That they would let us, hopefully let us store one of my ambulance up there. But I don't know if that works out, storing an ambulance there, because you said you wanted. I don't know where.
Still, because it's basically the outpost up there. It's the response time during traffic and everything else. But I'm just saying, you know, we're
Oh, you mean
going up there.
responding to their calls?
You know, where you're saying that we're going up there and transporting, you know, obviously some of the patients that are up there, the elderly. Is there anything that we could get, you know, enhance, you know, the fee where we could, you know, as you're saying it's $65.
That's the Medicaid rate.
Yeah, we're breaking even based on the amount of
They're
fuel.
considered residents, so, of the township, so.
And
I was just saying if we could work with something with
actually,
Greystone.
if we got a garage.
I mean, it would be
or a
nothing for
storage
Greystone
area-
for the state to provide us at least with a bay. I mean, considering that we're all right, the ambulance is over.
I think it's too remote.
Is it?
That's too remote.
From
It's
the
not-
rest of the
it's not
town.
near Route 80.
It's way too.
Well, because during the day he's over at the Powder Mill Firehouse, like you said. I guess, but that's on Route
Closer.
10, so it's closer. The other question I had is, and it's for Carlo. Let's get it on the record. I was just thinking, man, I've known you a long time. He was probably the toughest health inspector like 20 years ago, and you did not want to cross him, but he knows his stuff. The town's, you know, we're in a recession still, but we have two health inspectors whose duties have increased over the years to much more than just doing inspections out in the field. Is 2 inspectors enough for a town this size?
Similar to Chief Snook, it's something where, you know, I'm not too bashful in, you know, leaving my desk and getting some work done, you know, just to try to save some money. Currently, right now, I'm going to say we're okay, but we're still evaluating. It's taken us, what are we, about 2 years now into with the new system, the new tracking system. So, you know, we're really going to need about 2 to maybe another year's worth of data just to try to do like a true cost benefit analysis. To truly justify it. I mean, is this on actually? Yeah. No. There's other formulas too that we can look into as well, which are typically population based. You know, we're not time stamping at everything, depending on if it's a communicable disease investigation or just a retail inspection, so to speak. It does take, it varies from the scale, so to speak. So I would wholeheartedly say at least another year worth of data before we can kindly put a true value to whether we need another, public health nurse, another inspector, and so on. But right now, it's, for the most part, I'll be out in the field until we can prove that we need someone else. But thank you for your.
All right. Thank you.
When you read the Department of Human Services stats, you'll see that first page. If you think that the 2 inspectors just go out and look at restaurants, they don't. That's everything that those 2 girls do.
I don't know if that's on, Pat. I don't think so.
Pat Patacha, 182 Hawkins Avenue. Bob, I'm glad to see that the seniors are getting coffee. Thank you. I do believe that's deserved. As far as the ambulances and storing them, yeah, we're wasting a lot of money on that. If the weather is definitely taking its toll on our machines, and we can see it just on our cars ourselves, leaving them out in no garage. I don't think this is something that should be forgotten. Like, once you leave this meeting, I think you should give this some serious thought. And check, aren't there any buildings in the township that are available that are not being used at all, or anything that we could possibly use in this township?
No. We've looked everywhere. And, we have a lot of equipment that is not housed indoors throughout the township and in all of the departments. We've talked about, OEM talks about a building, DPW talks about a building. Parks and Forestry actually did get a building to house most of their equipment, but it's a very expensive proposition.
I understand that, but Parks and Forestry machines over ambulance machines, to me, that, I'm just saying.
No, I agree.
We really have.
At some point, we really, and the sooner the better, we should just bite the bullet and get.
We have to do something.
All of our equipment is very expensive, and a lot of it is out in the weather.
Basically, the goal is to have, you really want to look at that spend on the house and have everything together, OEM with ambulance. Would have the OEM, everybody in one central location, and that's one of the problems we're having. I know the director of OEM in the past had some insight on building a building, but it's going to cost money. But that's being said, we really should do an analysis of how much we're going to save, because we're really, these cars aren't, these ambulances aren't being housed, and diesel's good when it's warm, but it's not good when it's cold. It takes its wear and tear on each vehicle, and those vehicles alone, think about how much those vehicles cost. If you build a building for $1 million, you're going to get your money's worth. I believe you'd get your money's worth, but we have to find property to build this on that's centrally located.
Thank you.
One more.
Nick Homiak, Lake Hiawatha. Can I make a suggestion? I see here the Office of Emergency Management. Now, is that really necessary? It sounds to me like the Office of Emergency Management is what we have before us here. But there's $20,000. What does that go for?
That's a different part of the budget, though.
That's under the police.
That's under a different part of the budget.
But I'm saying that $20,000, is that necessary to go there? Wouldn't it be better here? What is that? Aren't the police and everybody already ready, emergency ready? I don't understand I just don't understand why that $20,000 is there. And then they shouldn't be paying anything for rent in this firehouse. Somebody should speak to somebody, and they should get rent-free. That's like you're charging your member of your own family to live in your house when they don't have any money or something. I just don't understand that. It's only $150, but they shouldn't be paying anything. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Did you give me this?
I'm sure your question about OEM will be
The police budget.
will be addressed during the police budget, you know, and we'll make sure that that gets addressed. If you have any other questions, if you're here that day for that. Right. Okay, seeing no one else come forward, entertain a
President?
motion to close?
Can I just add one
Sure,
thing
go
real
ahead.
quick here? Barbara Iavoli's been working, how long have you been working for the town? 30 years.
Only 30 years?
Yeah, 30 years.
Started when she was
I have
12.
to tell you something. I've gotten to know her over the last
Junior.
4 really well. She's so instrumental in our community. Our seniors love her. And I got to tell you, she was really, all you guys were the backbone during those storms. 24/7. They were at the high schools. They were feeding the residents. And, you know, that's her resume. I mean, her resume is loyal, dedicated to the community of Parsippany. And Barbara, like everyone up here, myself, I want to thank you for what you've done over the last 4 years that I've known and worked with you.
Okay, entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Make a motion.
Department. Motion made by Mr. Stanton,
Second?
seconded by Mr. Valori. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero,
Yes.
Mr. Paluso.
Yes.
Mr. Stanton.
Yes.
Mr. Valori.
Yes.
Mr. Karifi.
Yes. Okay, Department of Finance.
No,
Thank
thank
you for
you.
all your time.
Thank you for all your service. Appreciate it.
Yeah, this is ironic. You go from the feel-good department to the one that breaks everybody's heart.
Okay. Okay, under the Assessments Division, Salary and Wage Budget Summary. Any questions?
Under finance?
Yeah, this is all.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, no questions. How about questions under other expenses, budget requests?
I have one question. Under 261, computer hardware and software, I just wanted to ask, how do you feel the hardware and software is? Because we've been talking about technology tonight through various departments. What do you feel it is right now? Is it
Well, this is specifically the support for CAMA. It's our asset management appraisal software. As far as the computers within the Department of Finance, I talked to Dan a little bit. They've had a couple newer ones come in. I think over the next 2 to 3 years, you're going to see me propose to start changing over some of the equipment. Dan feels that there's still some life. Most of their computers are on Windows 7.
Okay.
So we're there.
Right.
Do they operate as efficiently as I would like? I think you know what my answer will be.
Yeah, that's my concern, is that they're operating efficiently and the employees are able to
Yeah, I mean,
use
I
it.
could say for the most part, they are pretty efficient with what they're doing.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, under Division, the Treasury Division, Salary and Wage Budget Summary. Sure, okay.
On treasurers?
Joe, we're gonna do, we're just gonna switch you up with Jennifer.
Oh, you're killing me. I was all fired
gonna
up.
be here anyway, so.
Exactly. I'm all fired up. I'm ready to go.
Is she,
It's fine.
she here?
Yeah, she'll be right here. Yeah.
All right.
Keep it there.
All right, that's fine.
They already went through some of your stuff.
They automatically see how much higher. They don't need us.
Yeah. You know what?
You don't want to go home now, do you? You could hang out. It's all right.
Good.
Where we at here?
Board of Adjustment.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to be moving on to Division 280, Department Planning, Zoning, and Construction Division, Board of Adjustments, Salary and Wage Budget Summary. Questions? Okay, moving on to other expenses, budget requests. Okay, see no questions. Move on to the Planning Board Division, Salary and Wage Budget Summary. Okay, moving on to other expenses, budget requests. Okay, moving on to construction inspections, salary and wage budget summary. Okay, moving on to other expenses, budget requests.
Yes.
Who's the acting construction official now?
Steve Kaplan,
Steve Kaplan.
he was formerly with the township in the construction office,
He
and
came
he's
back?
he's retired from Hanover.
I know,
So he's
he was here
yes.
before.
hmm
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Steve Kaplan. Yes, part-time. Very part-time and as an acting.
Okay, any questions under?
yeah, quick
other
question.
expenses? Go ahead.
Yeah, your code, object code 375, microfilming. Do you guys actually do microfilming?
The building department actually microfilmed in 2012, 32 boxes and 37 rolled plans, and in 2013, 36 boxes and 46 rolled plans.
So they did their homework, so they have some, okay, stats there, because I've always get very concerned about, you know, putting a budget for microfilming, and then nothing's ever been done.
Building you will see, most times will go right up to the dollar.
Okay,
Because those boxes fill quickly as the permit's closed. And those boxes, if you were in the lunchroom about 6 months ago and a year ago, we stored them in the back office when there were questions about the microfilm, and they quickly filled the room.
is that like a state mandate that you have to do it?
There really isn't any room in the office, and once a permit's closed, it very rarely, unless during an OPA request, is pulled again.
Okay.
So it's really the most convenient way to close out the file, close it out in the Mike Mitchell Humphrey system, and put the file in the boxes and send them away. And we send about 5 away, probably once a month sometimes, and all of my departments do that. Zoning, planning, Board of Adjustment, we all microfilm.
Okay, thank you.
Would there be a more efficient system of doing that for you if we were to purchase scanners? Would it save on labor hours?
Yancy and I talked about it in the past, and depending upon the system, the only negative of a more up-to-date system is we're worried about the storage. My understanding from Yancy is we would have to store those boxes, and my departments alone could generate a couple hundred boxes a year. So that's our only worry. I mean, right now when an OPA request comes and I have an employee who has to sit down on the microfilm for hours, finding one single page document for a resident is extremely time consuming. So if there was an easier way, we'd be thrilled.
You're actually reminding me that we actually did get a capital request from the clerk, and it's for a laser fiche system. I don't know if do you want to talk about it now or wait until we're finished with Jennifer? You want to talk about it now?
What I was looking for was for doing a records management system digital. Right now, everything we have is paper, index cards, and finding a record is very time consuming. So what we've been looking into is a laser fiche system. What it would do is you would scan documents and the software program would index it for you. It would put it under different categories by different departments, and when you would want to search for a document, it makes them searchable. It would be TIFF documents, not PDF, and it would be able to search within the documents. It would cut time significantly for searching for anything Oprah related, or even just for within Town Hall when someone needs a file. Instead of spending literally an entire day looking for that file, which we have done, it could be a few clicks of a button and there it is. It is expensive. It would require, because you are storing all this data onto a computer, it would actually require its own server, and it would be a specialized scanner. It's not like your regular scanner you can go to an office supply store and get. Again, very expensive.
This can be used amongst a number of departments.
It would be used across many departments. I did get a quote for a system to do this, and it's around
It's $95,000 altogether.
$95,000 with the server and scanner, so the software server scanner. And the company would come in and help us get started. My main concern was the archive room. There's about 1,400 boxes stored in the archive room, and there's really no system in place outside of a stack of papers this high. When you want to search for something, you got to go look through that stack and find out in what box that document you want is in currently.
It takes a lot of hours to scan things, also especially to put them on microfilm. But is there any cost-benefit analysis that we've done across all departments that be utilizing it to see if it's worth investing in order to cut down on overtime and labor hours?
I can tell you right now, just my 6 departments probably spend about $35,000 to $40,000 each on microfilm. So,
And probably, I don't know how many hours searching for
paying for
documents.
I mean, we're down to, we received, depending on the type of the building, if it's a commercial building, there's tons of records for that building. And, when we get the Oprah request, when they're looking for one specific file and you're telling them, here's a stack of microfilm, take about 3-4 hours to search for that file.
Yancy, also, is all of our departments up to date with archiving right now and record retention?
We're behind on everything right now.
Which departments are behind?
All of us.
Every department.
Every
All of
department.
us, because of this, because there is no system in place, and moving forward was very difficult to move forward from where it was left off pretty much 3 years ago. It has been, since that time, not touched.
Are we in any violation of not record retention in the proper
No,
timeframe?
there's no violations
No,
for that,
okay.
no. It's just a matter of getting it done so that we clear up space.
Can we do a cost-benefit analysis across all departments to see if it's worth investing?
I wouldn't even know how to begin.
I think
you need to do a course.
yeah, I think it's clearly going to be worth it, and especially for what we were thinking of was at least buying the equipment, so going forward, we'll have the electronic documents.
If you were to do that, where would it reside? Who would be the person in charge of that? You have to have somebody that's responsible.
It would be the clerk.
That would be me.
That would be you.
That would be me.
But you don't have room in your office for that equipment.
For the scanner, I'm not sure how large the scanner is. The server would more than likely end up in IT. I know the software program, we asked them to give us a quote for about 30 users, so it would cross many departments, not including construction, because we're still trying to figure out with their documents, because there's the state law is if you're not going to microfilm documents and you're going to scan, then you have to maintain the paper records. And where do you store all those records? It's a large amount of records.
Let's go one step further. Let's assume we agree we should spend the money and invest in this. It's a long-term payback and not too long a term, okay? Would it also be possible to maybe hire some college kids during the summer, some part-timers, to be scanning this for different
It was a
departments?
thought.
As opposed to trying to take time away from existing employees who don't have the time to give up.
I like that idea, Mike, but they may not be.
Interns.
Yeah.
Interns, there you go.
Interns.
Interns.
And they could work on the website, too.
I mean, it would be very beneficial moving back, you know.
And then it's going to be a full-time intern.
You know, one thing I like to say is I agree, Mr. DePiero, he's right about that, but I would be concerned maybe about bonding of the interns. But also, there are nonprofit groups like Employment Horizons that are relatively inexpensive that can do scanning for us and maybe get us caught up. They are bonded, they're trained, and they know what they're doing. There's no adjustment period for them to scan items. Can we look into that possibly?
We tried that once. It didn't work.
With scanning or just
Yes.
Right.
It was a disaster.
I think these scanners are a little different,
Yes.
a little more technical
Yeah.
than the normal scanner.
You know, files.
Didn't come back
into
the
other files.
Right.
Parts didn't come back.
Okay.
Turned completely fuzzy.
That's tedious.
It was
Lot of work.
a disaster.
Lot of
Tried
work.
that a few years ago.
But
Worth
it is,
exploring.
it's very important, I mean, moving forward, that we have some kind of a better system in place versus what we have right now. I mean, when I say we literally took an entire day, I mean, me and the 3 girls in the office spent an entire day searching for one agreement. And we finally found it, and it was filed under the wrong thing. It
Just
was,
say that's probably happened.
yeah, but I was just happy we found it.
If the capital cost would be $95,000, so it would be about $5,000 in the budget, because that would be the down payment. So I think our thought was to at least start with that this year. If the council wanted to, we could add some money so that we could start scanning some old boxes. They gave us a.
Do you want the administration to add that? I support it. Do you want the administration to add it, or do you want the council to make a motion?
I'm welcome
If the
to add it,
council
but you
makes
have
a-
to approve
If the
it.
council makes a motion, we need 4 to put
On-
something in the mayor's proposed budget.
No, you can, it's our request.
Okay,
It's,
all right.
but it's not in your hard copies of the budget right now,
Not
so.
right now, yeah.
So
These are
I just
very
need to know
recent
whether,
developments.
Just a straw poll, the council president, would just take a straw poll to see if we have the votes to approve this.
I think
Want to
we
raise
do.
hands, or
Yes,
do you want?
I
Okay.
agree to what I suggested.
Yeah, it's common sense. I have no problem with
Okay.
that.
Sounds cost effective.
You got it.
okay, and then it looks like, I have to do some math, sorry. 60,000 for 200 boxes.
That's for all the old agreements? I know
Yes.
you're looking at the other
Mhm.
option. That's for all the old agreements, resolutions, minutes. Those are the permanent records that we would need to have and constantly look into.
How much is that per box?
Jasmine?
60,000 for 200 boxes? Well,
If I can suggest, Jasmine, it's getting late in the day, and, you know, Jennifer's waiting to conclude. If you can just get us that number, that's fine. We're all in agreement.
It's-
That's something we should move forward on.
so if you want to start, even if you want to start this year and put 30,000 in the operating budget, I mean, we'll put it in as our request, but
You got it. Do it.
then we can do 100 boxes.
Okay, do it.
100
Yeah.
boxes going back?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right?
It's good.
And then we'll
Yeah.
put in another 30,000 in next year.
Okay. On top of the 95?
Yeah, the 95 is capital, the 30 is going to be operating.
Okay.
Because we can't put that in capital.
And then I would like to maybe sometime in the future look at doing something with the construction files.
Can the construction files be complete with the scanner we're talking about?
No, well, it doesn't get rid
Size.
of the physical, the
You
hard
still have to
copies.
retain the physical record
Yes.
retention.
Yeah.
But by scanning as well, you said multiple departments can utilize this.
Mhm.
Can the police department utilize this as well for their records?
I
They
don't
brought
know
their
what
stuff up
their
here.
rules are.
Well, they're in a different location. I think Jennifer downstairs and upstairs is not
Yeah.
too bad. Geographically, it makes more sense to me.
Right.
And it's probably not worth it to have this equipment exclusively for the police department.
No, I'm not saying exclusively for them. I'm saying house it here, but they
Mhm.
can bring their information here to be scanned as
Mhm.
needed. So multiple departments can
Mhm.
actually utilize.
Well, the quote is for 30 licenses,
30
or
users, right?
30 users, so.
Okay, so 30 users can use it, which it does include police department, all
Mhm.
departments, basically.
Mhm.
Great. It's a good investment.
All right, so we're going, we'll put 95,000 in the capital budget for the server and the software. And, the scanner, I'm sorry. And then 30,000 in operating for scanning back documents.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. Okay, moving on to housing, salary and wage budget summary. Moving on to housing, other expenses, budget requests. Moving on to zoning, salary and wage budget summary. Other expenses, budget requests. Okay, Fire Prevention Bureau, salary and wage budget summary.
I'm sorry, just one question on the other expenses for zoning. The microfilming storage will remain because we still have to restore records. But the microfilming of the files themselves, the $2,000, would that be reallocated towards the labor of utilizing the machine that we're purchasing?
Once the system's up and running,
Right.
definitely. But right now, I probably the last time we cleaned out the files, because what
Right.
happens is files get where you can't even stick your fingers in.
Yeah, I've been
So
there.
I do it personally on a weekend. We thin all the files out and then
Right.
microfilm. Right now, I probably haven't done it until, bless you, since last summer. So I'm going to still need to do that probably in the next couple months.
Okay.
So if we wipe it out now and it takes 9 months to be up and running, I'll need a place
But there
to
may be a
store.
surplus next year from
So
that
yeah,
then.
exactly.
Okay.
Once that's up and running, I'll only need the storage.
True.
Yeah, I won't need that money anymore.
Watch your cuticles and nail beds when you put your fingers into those. You get paper cuts very easy.
Okay, moving on to Fire Prevention Bureau, salary and wage budget summary. Other expenses, budget requests. Under number 471, object code 471, supplemental fire service program. Did we just not do anything with that last year, or?
That's the amount that Ruby put in, Jasmine, that 18,940.
That we distribute to the
To the
fire
To the
districts.
fire districts.
Okay. Okay. Okay, entertain a motion to open up the public hearing for the
Make a motion?
Department of Planning and Zoning.
We haven't sent this.
Motion made by Mr. Valori, seconded by Mr. Stanton. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Paluso?
Yes.
Mr. Stanton?
Yes.
Mr. Valori?
Yes.
Mr. Karifi?
Yes.
I'm just going to be real quick. I'm really happy.
State your name.
I'm sorry. Jonathan Nelson, 202 Patriots Road. I'm really happy that the council is agreeing to go with this archiving system. Kind of, there's a theme going on tonight that Town Hall needs to modernize their entire system, and this is a very important first step. I've had conversations with Yancy in the past, and probably Jennifer will back her up with it. As far as the microfilming of the construction documents, do you mean to tell me if we digitally archive these things, we still have to maintain them?
Yeah.
That makes no sense. I mean, is there any kind of format that we can use? Because nobody's microfilming anymore.
Statutes.
That's a
DARM is
state
very,
law.
yeah, DARM is very specific.
Yeah.
At the county, we had went to a records archive system. To give you an idea, with just checks, the banks send us CDs. It took us close to a year to get DARM to certify that we could download the checks to the server, keep them, and we didn't have to print them. So it's, when you're talking DARM certification, it takes a while. They don't think outside the box.
Even when I worked for the state of New Jersey in Trenton, I was manager of telecommunications billing. The state of New Jersey has a $65 million a year phone bill. And all those records have to be retained on microfiche. Nobody wants to go looking back in records in microfiche. So what I did for the state down there, but they wouldn't change the law, is after I finished processing a month's billing for each department, I put it on a CD with search capabilities. So now every department could go to my CD when they wanted to find something, okay? And they could find it in a matter of minutes. And in fact, they could do an inventory, which they never had before. Human Services was paying, I'll just give you one example. Human Service was paying $1,800 a month for each private data line. That there were 6 T1 lines that they were paying $1,800 a month for, going to a building that was torn down 10 years ago. And they were still paying for those T1 lines.
Wow.
With my CD, they could never have found that with microfiche. They found that, and they could clean up their records and pay for what they're getting, and not all this other stuff that got lost.
I mean, is there any kind of other technology? Because the microfilming.
No, the state would not change the law.
There's nothing else out there. So
Now, I mean, what it actually takes you doing is they're going to send multiple people up. You have to have then the banks, well, to use the example, this company would have to certify that these documents are not changeable at all, what the whole records retention is, what it takes to do one item. I could tell you, because I was one of the ones that worked on the project, it probably took me close to 15 hours a week for close to 6 months before they even were willing to come up. So the thing we find out all the time is the state's understaffed also. So that's what takes it longer.
all right. And then the last question I have, I know you mentioned that the company is Laserfiche. Is it, because once you go with this system, I mean, that's it, and it's a big investment. Is that the direction you want to go? Are there other companies out there? Is this?
Laserfiche is actually one of the, I think, I'm not aware of any other company. Laserfiche is the only company I know of that is actually certified by the state. And we do need to have certified software and hardware, well, not so much hardware, but the software needs to be certified by the state before we can even begin. And that's a long process. And I know Laserfiche does, their software is certified, but we have to get the town certified as well. I'm not aware of any other software companies that.
Just before you put, well, it's not a bid because it's the only company that does it. Could you just double check to make sure that there's nobody else out there? Because, you know, once you do it, you're married to this system, so.
Pat, you're not tired, are you? Tired.
Okay, see no one else come forward. Entertain a motion to end the public portion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Valori. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Paluso?
Yes.
Mr. Stanton?
Yes.
Mr. Valori?
Yes.
Mr. Karifi?
Yes.
Good night, Jennifer.
Jennifer,
Night.
thank you.
Good job,
Thank you very
Jennifer.
much.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Jennifer.
Okay, picking up where we left off in the Department of Finance, Division, the Treasury Division, salary and wage budget summary.
What was that? The very beginning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Finance, I might go. Okay, outstanding. Yeah, got it.
Zero 070.
Sorry.
This last one, okay.
Okay, any questions on other expenses budget requests? Okay, moving on
Oh.
to the annual
Yeah.
audit.
Um, Line 271,
271.
we can reduce that to 5,000. We've already gotten the quotes in for,
Oh,
it's
great.
the GASB 45,
So that's going down to 5,000?
going down to 5,000.
Yeah, 7,500. Great.
See, with finance, we always like spring it in the last
That's
second.
great.
Make
No,
you guys
yeah, yeah.
happy.
We just took the proposals in
That was a
Thursday.
joke.
All right. Okay, the annual audit. Other expenses, budget requests. Okay, collections division, salary and wage budget summary. Okay, other expenses, budget requests.
Now, 520, right?
Under
Are we up to 520 now?
That's where we're heading to now.
Under other. Fair and number order. Go to other.
Oh, other here.
Yeah,
Boy,
you gotta flip the other 520 is contingent.
Yeah, it's a bunch.
Okay.
Contingent, yeah. It's in there. It's like 5 down.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's for this.
It's right here.
Only one.
Capital. Look at a few pages, 530.
Is everything else under capital and debt?
Yeah, other than reserve for uncollected taxes.
What number is
We
that?
spoke about that, that's 541.
Okay.
That's the rest of it. Yep. Bond principal and stuff.
Um,
530, 540, 541, all that.
Behind capital improvements, starting with 530, is debt service.
Common.
Joe, can you just explain why on like object code 705, how come it's so much higher?
What ended up happening is we took a bid for a $30 million note, received 1.25 as the interest rate, but an item to note is we actually anticipated on the revenue side $174,000 in revenues. What ended up happening is they gave us a premium on our note. So for a $30 million note that was bid at 1.25, they gave us a $314,000 premium, split across water, sewer, Knoll, and current fund. So what that actually does is you anticipate it as capital fund balance. And what that does is I have to budget the grossed up number on the expense side. But when I take the 174 in, we're actually lower with more money out on notes. It would actually make this expense about $71,000. That's the only thing confusing about a debt service budget when you have to do the premium.
Mr. Kowalczyk, just a question.
Yes, sir.
We were talking about ambulances earlier. Now we're talking about, bonding.
Mhm.
What would your anticipation be on 400,000 for 2 ambulances? Would that be a note?
This year, I would probably push it out to a note, depending upon when it was looking to go out to bid. In all likelihood, I will tell you, we probably wouldn't go out to probably do the note till 15. By the time everything's priced, by the time you get everything in, you probably won't get the ambulance until about 2015.
Right.
So that's when I would look. One of the things I try to do with the note is we'll talk to each of the departments, we'll take a look at what's been expended. A lot of departments are very aggressive in what they think they're gonna spend. I won't go out and issue items for it. I take a look at the reasonableness factor, and what is it that I can do to get me to the subsequent year. So this year, if I took a quick down and dirty, depending upon where we go with everything, our note last year was about 30 million. We're probably gonna end up going out for about between 30 to 35 at this moment, is from what I'm seeing. It could be higher depending upon what we authorize.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Mr. Kowalczyk, also, I'm sorry, you had mentioned before, you mentioned contingent.
Yes.
Division 520, $15,000.
Yeah, what that is, under the local budget law, they create a line called a contingent liability. What you're allowed to do is take 3% of the total operations of your budget, and that's what you're allowed to budget. So to use this budget as an example, we could budget 180,000. The reason you budget a 15,000 or items of those contingent liabilities, there are things that will happen outside of 2 years that if you haven't set up an accounts payable for, you then have to charge that current year budget. That's one of the reasons we set up a contingent liability. The other way that they've done it in practice is if you don't set up a contingent liability, then you have to do a deferred charge.
Okay. And also, we're setting up a contingency fund for snow and emergencies.
Correct. That's actually under our trust fund. If you take a look on our balance sheet, we now have $200,000 in the snow removal trust fund. And what the basis that I've used elsewhere is in that fund, you want to get up to about 2 years worth of your snow removal cost in. You never know when you're going to have that one storm, let's use Frankenstorm, when something like that will hit and you're going to need, and it's snow. Right. You've got 4 feet of snow. Those are the reasons you set up those types of items. I know this is the budget hearing, but you're going to see tomorrow I'm introducing appropriation reserve transfers. Going along that same ideas, it's your accumulated trust fund. Okay. So I figure while we bring up one trust fund, why you want to have these items in place.
Good, thank you.
Salary revisions? Salary revisions.
Any questions on salary revisions, salary and wage budget summary? Other budget requests for deferred charges.
Okay, of here, you're gonna take two items of note. You're gonna see we budgeted $450,000 for Hurricane Irene and $240,000 for Sandy. What those were considered were 5-year special emergencies. What we were able to do this year is we end up receiving in a little bit over $700,000 in FEMA funds, which I end up setting up as balance sheet reserves. So what we're gonna do is rather than pay that off over a 5-year period, we're paying it off this year. So when you take a look on your current fund revenue side, you're gonna see two anticipated line items, one for reserve for FEMA Hurricane Irene, one for FEMA Hurricane Sandy. That is gonna be a neutral budget amount.
It balances out.
So it's a
Zero.
wash then?
Yep.
Okay.
To zero, and actually makes us look better because we're progressive in what we're trying to do and conservative, and we're taking a 5-year emergency and paying it off in 2.
Great, okay, good.
We also have some increases in the pension contributions.
And that's the other item of note, actually. Today, in the mail this morning, and along the lines of, you can't make this stuff up, I wish you could. We got a bill in, when the state does their actuarial analysis for the pension, they try to do it ahead of time. So if you have any retros from where you had contracts that were paid, and they have to compute the employer portion, it doesn't get into that actual analysis. So they'll put out pension bills, say for PFRS is 2.6 million. Today we got in the bill for $50,840, the employer share of PFRS for 2010's retros. So the reason I'm bringing this up is one of the things when you're looking at the deferred charge area and the statutory expenditures, if you went up just online to take a look at the numbers, take PERS as the other piece. We got in bills that total almost $200,000 because they weren't factored into the actuarial analysis. So the reason I want to make that of note is if we had introduced a budget already, we would have had an issue because we got in a $50,000 bill that the state didn't sign till March 5th and didn't even let us know. So that's where some of these issues come in. So one of the questions are, what happens when that does occur? What I would have told them is they're waiting until 2015.
I was going to suggest the same thing.
Yeah. The fact that we haven't introduced a budget, it ties our hands from that aspect. But I will tell you, from what I understand, Morris County got hit with the same kind of things. So the sooner we put out our pension bills out on the website, they're not factoring in any of the retro payments that get submitted.
Okay.
So 802, we have to increase by a little over $5,000. And 804, we have to increase by almost $51,000.
So, with apologies, but I got to say thank you to the Division of Pension.
That's it, right?
Yeah. I mean, the only other item, when you take a look, you will see that we budgeted for our emergency payouts this year also.
Okay. Also under capital, we have under treasury, upgrade of existing accounting system, including server and software.
Correct. What I'm proposing is putting in a new accounting system. The one that we use now, if I use the word archaic, I'm probably doing it justice. It's still built on a mainframe system in Trenton. If you ask me, Joe, can you come back and run me a report from 2012? The data is not contained in the system. What I'm trying to do is bring up our accounting system more to real time. The way we kept our pure general ledgers was with green paper and books. To be nice, I will say that's probably not the most efficient way of doing it. So what I'm trying to do is, one, build a disaster recovery plan, but two, make this office more efficient. So Also within that ordinance, I'm looking to buy a couple new computers. I figure if I'm gonna bundle it, I'm gonna bundle it together, and you'll see a check printer in. What that check printer will do, there's check printers out there called micro printers, and what happens is produced with high infused ink. And you're gonna say, why is that important? You can't have check fraud based off of it. No one can get the ink off your checks. So it's something that I just want to build one more layer of security from my end.
I just wanted to let the council know that, I support a new accounting system to be put in to help with Treasury. One of the things that I've been asking for is a number of reports in real time, and we're unable to provide that because of the system that we have right now. It's not efficient. So I recommend, if you'd like more information about it, to speak to Mr. Kowalczyk, because it's a good investment. I support that.
Any other questions? All right. Entertain a motion to open a public hearing for the Finance Department budget only.
Make a motion.
Motion made by
I'll
Mr.
second it,
Valori,
Tom.
seconded by
It doesn't
Mr.
get up.
Stanton. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero,
Yes.
Mr. Paluso,
Yes.
Mr. Stanton,
Yes.
Mr. Valori,
Yes.
Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Jonathan Nelson, 202 Patriots Road. Joe, I know, I remember you last year, you mentioned that you were going to create the snow trust account.
And that's what we did. Yep.
Is it in the budget anywhere? Because
Now, what ends up happening is it's budgeted under Public Works. You have some areas of the budget that you have under public buildings. So it is budgeted in various areas of the budget. What this does is it insulates you from when you're having these massive storms that are hitting.
but what about just the
It's in the budget. When we go over DPW,
Okay.
we'll be able to talk a little further about it. But it is budgeted in the budget.
Okay. There's another. I have one question for Jasmine. I think I'm going to reserve it because I don't want to be in violation of possible. I don't want to say something that I might be privy to from last year, so I'm going to reserve that till after me, if that's all right, Jasmine. And the only one other question is, Joe, you're going to be here Thursday, because I might have just a few more follow-up questions about
Absolutely.
the uncollected tax reserve.
Absolutely.
And that's-
And that, like I said, that, until we get all the budgets from fire districts, we get that from the school, and we get that from the county, that number may either go up or go down. I wouldn't expect it to go down. If anything, I would expect it to inch up possibly.
That's it.
Okay. See no one else come forward. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Make a motion.
Second the motion.
Motion made by Mr. Stanton, seconded by Mr. Valori. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero,
Yes.
Mr. Paluso,
Yes.
Mr. Stanton,
Yes.
Mr. Valori,
Yes.
Mr. Karifi.
Yes. Okay, entertain a motion to open up the public hearing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion open.
Motion made by Mr. Stanton,
I'm sorry, I
Second
forgot.
motion.
seconded by Mr. Valori. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero,
Yes.
Mr. Paluso,
Yes.
Mr. Stanton,
Yes.
Mr. Valori,
Yes.
Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Jonathan Nelson, 202 Patriots Road. Now I remember what I wanted to say before. You know, with that archiving system, Apatacha, me, we put in an OPA. I just want to, actually, the question to Yancy. If I put in an OPA request for, let's say, the legal bills from 2012, will you be able to just type that in and say, here's your OPA request?
No.
No, you're one of the ones making them go back and spend hours looking for that stuff.
Or 2013, or current, or current.
No, legal bills are not kept on a computer system. They're pure paper, and they need to be redacted.
So what about other vouchers?
Vouchers, we usually go to the finance department if
Yeah.
they have them
Or they
current.
print them
I
out.
believe it's on the computer. That's the
What'll end up happening in the future, I could print out the actual voucher, I could print out the PO. If you want a certified copy, this we fought at the county also. They will not let you only keep it in the system.
So vouchers won't be scannable.
Well, what I have them do is when they do requisitions, there would be backup scanned in.
Oh, yes.
Just, the problem is dependent upon how much backup is dependent upon the size you need of the server. So anything that will substantiate what the charges are is usually what I have scanned in.
Pepper Dodgers is the end. Yes?
Cool. It's still early night.
Now, I even forgot why I came up here. Actually, the hell did I come up
30 seconds.
Oh, Yancy. Since it's the end, I really have nothing for Joe. Just to ask you if you could possibly make additional copies. That the, what's that, not this, not the big thick thing, the one that has the line items. I didn't get a copy of that, so I couldn't. Yeah, the one we were just looking at? Yeah, could you possibly make a few extra copies of that? Thank you.
Good.
Good going, Joe.
And if
Thank you,
anyone has
Pat.
any of the public copies, please bring them back.
All right, seeing no one else come forward, entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Make a motion?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Valori, seconded by Mr. Stanton. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero,
Yes.
Mr. Paluso,
Yes.
Mr. Stanton,
Yes.
Mr. Valori.
Yes.
Mr. Karifi.
Yes. Need a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Can I,
No, no,
can I,
no.
Oh, we're gonna pick Thursday.
I need to ask something also.
Another budget meeting date.
Yeah, but I also need to get some clarification. The merit increases for the employees whose departments appeared tonight, you want me to notice them for what?
Thursday, right?
Yeah, for
Well, we
Thursday.
don't have
I don't,
another
I'd
date
rather,
set yet.
well, I'd rather do it on the
Thursday.
third date because Thursday's going to be packed.
Okay.
Do we have a third date yet?
No.
Now we're
That's
trying to
what
figure
we're
that
talking
out.
about now.
All right. Because I think, because Thursday, we're not even starting until 7:30, right?
Right.
Yeah. Was Monday next week an issue? Is that,
That's the night that Mountain Lakes has their meeting.
does the planning board have their meeting still?
No.
You know, we got to override the Mountain Lakes thing. We have
Yeah,
to meet.
I do, we
Everybody
should do
else
it
has a
Monday.
conflict.
The
I mean,
24th?
We have no other option.
Didn't I hear someone say something about the 23rd? No?
Nah, that's
Wishful
not
thinking?
working.
I just think we should do
Yeah,
it
it's not gonna work.
I think we
Monday.
have to go to 24th and forget.
But what are we
I
going to do
agree.
about Mountain Lake?
Yeah. Well, you really can't do
Well,
it.
if we, depending on what time we finish.
We'll send Jonathan. We'll
Well,
send
can we
Head up there.
designate someone else in the township to go and represent us?
Yeah, Mike, that's a good idea. You're right.
Mr. Paluso, what time
Delegate it
can
to
you
someone else to represent us at that meeting.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
let's
we,
see what time we can start on that day, and
Yeah,
then
Mr. Paluso, what's the earliest you're available? You're checking your calendar.
What date is that?
Monday.
24th.
Monday, the 24th.
Their meeting starts at 8.
The earliest I can make it is 6:30.
6:30.
Okay, 6:30 is that.
So 6:30 and Mountain Lake starts their meeting at 8 o'clock.
We should be there when they're all walking out at midnight.
But I'm sure, like Mike said, this budget's important. We could get somebody to represent us
And
up
we
there.
don't have another date that we can
Yeah,
agree
we
on,
have
so-
to move forward. We have a large budget we have to contend with, and I'm sure Monday's gonna be a busy day, so let's just do it and move on. And then it's
everybody
sent,
for sure is available on the
yeah,
24th.
the planning board is no meeting, right?
meeting, no.
Yeah,
They
just
have
do it.
no-
Yeah, see, I don't have my calendar with me, but I had indicated to you all my dates. I indicated that was free that day.
Well, that was the Mountain Lakes issue, so we're gonna back off that.
Yeah, you told me you weren't available because of Mountain Lakes.
But we're gonna have to prioritize.
Don't forget
That's
the
fair
Mountain
then,
Lakes.
right, for everybody? Okay.
The Mountain Lakes.
So 6:30 the 24th? I will not be here.
Oh, that's why you're doing this.
Sorry. I will not be here that date. Ann has kindly agreed to, you'll be here, right?
Thanks,
Hey.
Before tonight.
You notice Yancy told us after we set the meeting?
Hey,
No,
Mike,
she
that was a
did
good
mention
call
it
on your
to me.
part, though, for
Okay.
Monday. That's a good call.
All right, entertain.
Yeah, I know we all want to be there at Mountain Lakes,
Yeah,
but,
this- yeah, we gotta do this.
We could only technically send 2 of us anyway.
I don't know.
And since we're paying for this coffee, let's at least have a nice
Not
pot
a
of
All right,
coffee going for us here.
at this time, entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Make a motion.
Make a motion, second.
All right, motion made by Mr. Stanton, seconded by Mr. Valori. Roll call.
Mr. DePiero,
Yes.
Mr. Paluso, Mr. Stanton,
Yes.
Mr. Valori.
Yes.
Mr. Karifi.
Yes. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Thank you for showing up, everyone. Thank you.
You got me. We're going to